Welcome to the stream. We had, speaking of last Higurashi streams, the last Higurashi stream on Tuesday was a short one. Again, all of the appropriate apologies for that one. I was not feeling well during that, and then the actual day after, I just like took off work, just because I know there's gonna be people that end up watching like just the Higurashi streams, you know. So if you're coming off of that one, potentially just coming off that one, it was like 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I was, you know, ever since I was a kid, I think I talked about it, but I've had like those moments where, especially as a kid, I've gotten a lot as in my adult years. It's happened less frequently, but sometimes you just get attacked by like those migraines that just absolutely wreck me. And my only thing I can do is that seems to help is I just like, especially if it's bad late at night, then it's like I have trouble sleeping that night, and then I just have to like spend the next day like trying off and on like falling asleep in bed, just hoping when I wake up I feel better, which I do, thankfully. It just took a day out of me. So yeah, welcome to the stream. We have, if I can do it, I'm hoping we can do a longer Higurashi stream tonight, you know, to make up for that Wednesday stream. It'll just entail me overcoming my reading stamina and my natural attention span. And if I can beat both of those, then we can get comfortable and read for quite a bit. I wouldn't mind going late. Sorry, I'm trying to set up a couple things here. Okay. So yeah, first time in a long time where we saved in the middle of a section, a chapter as they're called here. So disgraceful feeling. Also Tuesday stream was so short. I don't not only did not a lot of events happen that I could probably recap in a good manner, but also I was so out of it. I don't want to sound dramatic or anything, but when I was reading for those 30 minutes, nothing was like registering to me. My migraine was so bad, I was just hanging in there for like 30 minutes trying to read. And I went back and I looked back at that stream, and I could tell that I just had no energy. I was just, there was nothing happening on my end. So that's why, you know, I mean, good on me for just going for 30 minutes and being like, this is not worth it for anyone. Yeah, so honestly, what happened during those 30 minutes? Who fucking knows? You know, Shion is continuing her rampage of destruction. And at some point, I assume tonight, at some point we're going to get that moment where Ketchy goes down there. The only weird thing, and I think I've brought this up in the past, is I think as the reader and Ketchy at the time when we saw that happen in the past, was Ketchy thought Shion was in the cage. Not cage, the prison thing, the behind bars, being tortured Shion. But now we know, if I've got this all correctly, that was the case. And now we know, here in Chapter 5, that that's not the case. It's the person Ketchy knows as Shion torturing Mion. Although there was that thing that you know, there was a small bit where they were like, I think Shion at the time was like, I want back the Mion name or something. You know, there was that whole thing. Almost implying that, probably from an early standpoint, they switched places and never went back you know, in a permanent sense, if that makes sense. And there might have been some regret that then their lives went the different directions that they went. It's all very confusing. It's all just, you got twins, you got names that are so close. It just compiles into this just a mess, for lack of a better term. What do I think of Shion now? I don't know. I was thinking about the last maybe like week. It's hard because obviously it's very easy to say what Shion is doing currently in the story is bad. And I'm not here for caping. I'm not caping for her necessarily or anything. But like, I don't know. You ever just are so fed up with life and the life situation you're in, and you feel like you've been wronged on so many fronts, and you just McFucking lose it, and you just want to exact revenge and take out your frustration on people, you know, to different degrees. Obviously, Shion's a little more on the hardcore side, but like, I kind of get it. She's pissed off, and her anger is misplaced, and she's probably taken out on a couple people that don't deserve it. But also, on the other hand, there's a part of me that has to respect it. I personally respect it. I kind of respect it. I see what Shion is doing, and I'm like, damn, I wish I could commit to that kind of release of frustration. Sorta. Because, again, I kind of like that she's like, I've talked about it in the last couple of streams, she's at the point where she is, I keep saying the term, she's playing with house money, but basically she's playing with the opinion that she has nothing to lose. She is resigned to the fact that she wants to get what she wants to do what she's doing, but if things were to go south, she's like, I don't have anything else to play for. Because she's like, my life kind of sucks. I don't have Satoshi, who I became immediately infatuated with, around anymore. So it's extreme, but not only do I get it, but I also, again, I gotta tip my hat to Shion. You know, a lot of people would talk the talk, but she's walking the walk. She's walking the murdering, you know? That's what I would say. I'm definitely not in the camp of, oh my god, what she's doing is so abhorrent. I cannot believe Shion. Obviously, this is going to make me sound bad. I'm not, like, siding with murderers 100% of the time in, like, real life or whatever. I'm just saying that, like, in this fictional story that I am currently reading, I'm not so much looking at Shion right now and being like, I can't believe her. This is disgusting. No one should be driven to this point in their life. Again, I don't think she's perfect right now. And I'm 100% convinced that not only if you're not already feeling like it, but I assume what's going to probably be revealed in later chapters, if it hasn't already been made clear at this point, because this feels like a very Ryukishi thing to do, or to be presenting, is that the directed anger towards Mion is probably 100% misplaced. I already feel like this, but I think it's going to get hammered home, I would imagine, at some point even later, that Mion is very much the sympathetic character who doesn't deserve, not only on top of what she has to do as a kid who's just trying to live her life, and also is in charge of running this village and family and power. But I assume, my guess would be that in later chapters it's going to be revealed that she had obviously nothing to do with it. She probably even fought back towards certain things. She doesn't know everything that she's being accused of knowing. Whatever the case is. So my guess is, and ultimately this is me saying that I think Shion could guide her anger and rage in a more concentrated direction. But that's what I would say. And now we must read. Evening was turning to night. I had to get dinner ready. I had to eat so I'd have enough strength to take revenge. What a dope sentence to say. This place was far from the town. It would even get isolated during winter because of the snow. It's not unusual for a household like this to have 2 or 3 refrigerators. There are plenty of groceries left in them. I would assume I'm not supposed to get this just for, one moment. Ooh. Don't know what that was all about. Okay. So, yeah. Am I supposed to believe that this is the same place that the person was kept in for, it's the same background. I know I'm not supposed to be, like, being like, oh, you know, background of this thing. That is immediately supposed to be the same because it's visual novel backgrounds. But it just looks like the same thing. Back where the guy was kidnapped, the boy, or whatever the fuck. There were plenty of groceries left in them. I was glad I didn't have to go grocery shopping. I could hear the chorus of the Higurashi. I should also probably just get that out of there and make sure it's... I thought what I was doing before was getting that out of there. People often say that the sound of the Higurashi brings back memories. But for me, it's the exact opposite. I've only ever heard the sound of the Higurashi in Hinamizawa. Therefore, the sound of the Higurashi to me is Hinamizawa. The sound reminded me that I wasn't supposed to be here. That I couldn't be here. Oh, that scared me. That startled me, I mean. That was when I heard the doorbell. Because there was a good distance between the house and the gate, there was both a doorbell and an intercom by the ladder. I had a security camera, too. Something as modern as a security camera monitor in this old-fashioned kitchen looked rather strange. I turned the switch, but nothing appeared on the monitor. I tried to check the plug, but there was a bunch of cords going behind the refrigerator, so I couldn't even do that. The doorbell continued to ring while I tried to figure out if the monitor was broken, or if I just didn't know how to turn it on. I only felt like answering the door, depending on who it was. I'd normally be easier to pretend to be out. But that wouldn't help me. I was waiting for my enemies to show up. I couldn't just hide myself in that case. The hag was supposed to be sick, in an extremely bad mood. I'd already sent word out that she didn't want to see anyone. So who could it be? I made up my mind and turned the intercom on. If it was someone unwanted, I could just turn whoever it was away. I'm really curious as to who it's gonna be. It's gotta be like fucking Oishi. He always shows up when you, like, at weird times. Or like... I don't know. That's my guess. But I had to act normally, so I wouldn't arouse suspicion. I had to act normally.
Hi.
Yes?
どちら様でしょう?
Who is it?
こんにちはなのです.
Oh, fuck, it's Rika, my favorite. Hello? She didn't tell me her name, but I recognized her voice.
リカちゃんか.
Rika-chan?
どうしたの?
What are you doing here?
こんな時間に.
At this time of day?
実はお醤油を分けてもらいに来たのですよ.
Oh, I'm so hoping Rika just fucking No, she wouldn't do it. I was like, so unrealistic. I'm like, oh, what if Rika, like, just kicked ass somehow? I don't know how. A little baby's not going to kick Shion's ass. But maybe with her words. I ran out of soy sauce, so could you share some with me? Soy sauce? I almost screamed, but I controlled myself. I took a moment to think about the situation. Hinamazawa was far from most stores, so sometimes neighbors would share seasoning and stuff with each other. The village sometimes got snowed in during winter. But the Furude Shrine was quite far from this house. It was rather odd for her to come all the way here on her bicycle just to get some soy sauce. Maybe she was using it as an excuse. Maybe there was something she wanted to talk to me about. That was when I noticed a piece of paper that was on the refrigerator door next to the intercom. I guess I could have guessed that it was going to be Rika asking for soy sauce, because this was a thing that was talked about. It was mentioned in a previous chapter that it happened. So now we're seeing it again from Shion's perspective here. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come to the Sonozaki house if you want some. The hag must have given that flyer to everyone. One of our relatives sent her a barrel of soy sauce. If you want some, bring a container. That's what the flyer said. Side note, homemade soy sauce, if you asked me how to make like soy sauce, I would not be able to even begin to tell you how soy sauce is made. I have no idea. To me, soy sauce just seems like an unnatural, like, occurring substance in the universe that just is created. That you could only just harvest, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the first steps of making soy sauce would be. I see. This would explain it. There was a handwritten note on the bottom of the flyer. The soy sauce is in a storage area under the floor. Give them as much as they want. There was a storage area beneath the floor. When I opened it, I saw a barrel of soy sauce alongside a funnel and a ladle. A ladle? Oh god, I didn't want Rika to notice anything suspicious at this point. I decided to share the soy sauce with her.
いいよ。
Sure.
入れるものは持ってきてるの？
Did you bring a container?
お醤油の瓶を持ってきましたのです。
I brought a soy sauce bottle.
オッケー。
Okay. Wait, so I do remember last stream in the 30 minutes that I did stream, that was, I think, the confrontation originally between Shion and Rika. And it was then that I made the proclamation that I thought that Rika, even without saying it directly, that I think Rika knew that that was not Mion who was confronting her. Not only because I think Rika is smart, but also she was so, Shion was acting so out of character for Mion that it should have been painfully obvious for Rika to understand. That's my guess. So, I'm going to assume in this case, Rika still doesn't think that this is Mion.
勝手に入ってきていいよ。
Come on in.
玄関で待ってる。
I'll be at the front door. As I headed there, I heard the doorbell ring again.
みー、内側から閉まってて、門が入れないのですよ。
Me, the gate is locked from the inside. I can't open it.
ああ、そうだった。
Ah, that's right.
ごめんごめん。
Sorry.
今開けに行くよ。待ってて。
I'll be right there. Just hang on. People didn't pay much attention to safety around here in Inamazawa. People didn't think too much about locking the doors. But as someone who's lived in a town, I've always locked everything. Same. To let Rika Furude in, I'd have to go outside.
こんばんはなのですよ。
Good evening.
こんばんは。
Good evening. Rika smiled at me. She was holding a huge soy sauce bottle. She acted like I never yelled at her, got violent with her, or made her cry at all today. Or perhaps she came to curry favor, thinking that she angered me. I invited Rika to the front door, told her to wait for a moment, and tried to take the bottle. But Rika took her shoes off and walked into the house with the bottle in her hands.
いいよいいよ。私が入れてくるから待ってなよ。
Don't worry. I'll get it for you. Why don't you wait here? Or there.
僕も上後でお醤油入れるのは上手になったのですよ。
I'm pretty good at pouring soy sauce into a funnel, you know. I totally believe that. Rika seems like she'd be very capable of pouring soy sauce in a funnel. She looked at me as if begging. I guess she wanted to pour the soy sauce into the bottle herself. I didn't want her to come into the house, but I suppose I didn't want her to wait there alone either. If she came to the kitchen with me, I could keep my eyes on her. And so, I brought Rika to the kitchen. We walked down the hallway. I only heard my footsteps. I stopped suddenly and turned around to make sure Rika was following me. Rika bumped into me. Meep.
ああ、ごめんごめん。
Sorry. I made sure she was right behind me and started to walk again. Tap, tap, tap. Tip, tip, tip. Tap, tap, tip, tip. Rika must have been having fun matching her footsteps to mine. Even when I quickly sped up, our footsteps matched perfectly. Tap, 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 tap. Tip, 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 tip. Tap, tap, tap. I stopped suddenly. Tip, tip, tip. Tip. Rika stopped suddenly too after taking an extra step. When I turned around, Rika smiled at me. Our footsteps matched perfectly, and when I stopped suddenly, I heard her extra step. I've experienced such footsteps before. It was making me feel uncomfortable. But now, although her footsteps sounded the same as the other ones I'd experienced, I saw her when I turned around. That was the difference between them. I left the storage door open so we could see the soy sauce barrel. The memo said she could take as much as she wants, but I wasn't sure there was enough left. I crouched down and tried to open the lid of the soy sauce barrel. Even when I crouched down, I could hear Rika's extra step.
まだまだいっぱいあるよ。
Good. There's plenty left.
ほら、好きなだけ持ってくといい。
Take as much as you want. Oh my god. When I turned around, Rika was very close to me. But, who was this? This is the kind of confrontation I want. Shion versus crazy Rika. Angry Shion versus unhinged Rika. This is what I want. But who is this? I saw Rika, but it wasn't Rika at all. It was like when I switched with my sister. The outside was the same, but the inside was different. Did Rika have a twin sister? Everyone has a twin. I was confused for a moment. That was when Rika sprayed something from a small bottle into my eyes. Holy shit, she's going on the offensive. I love this. Huh? This is not what I was expecting. I did not expect, like, this kind of confrontation. Holy shit. I felt a terrible pain in my eyes and suddenly tears poured out and my nose started to run. I couldn't stop sneezing either. As I stumbled around, covering my face, I then realized I was attacked. I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again. Rika was about to grab my hair to drag me down onto the floor. When Rika saw me open my eyes, she sprayed at me again. Holy shit. I shut my eyes to avoid the spray, but my nose still breathed in the substance. I avoided the pain in my eyes, but the tears, the runny nose, and the sneezing continued. Shit. My brain isn't working quickly enough. However, when I finally understood that I had been attacked by Rika Frude, my brain started to grind into motion. Rika Frude knocked me on my back and got on top of me. I tried to escape from her by rolling on the kitchen floor. As I rolled, I hit an oven, a huge jar, and destroyed a pile of something on the floor as I fought back. But Rika didn't let go of me. She stayed on top and restrained me. She was sitting on my stomach and I felt intense pain and pressure. She sure could fight well. I still couldn't see anything. Rika had the upper hand, my eyes were shut, and I was in real danger. As I tried to blink, I saw Rika's expression. I didn't know Rika Frude all that well. I only knew her from the few times we met when I went to school as Mion, and from the things I've heard from other people. But as far as I knew, there was no way Rika Frude would ever do something like this. This is just impossible. Impossible, impossible. No, I can't fill my head with that word. I have to calm down and figure out what to do next. Shit, too much of a mess to even think. I tried to peek at her face again. She still had the spray bottle in one hand. What I didn't expect was the thing in her other hand. How could I mistake it for anything else? It was definitely a syringe. When Rika realized I'd regained my eyesight, she pointed the spray bottle right at me and let loose with it. Like spraying a bad cat. I shut my eyes tightly and tried to ignore the pain. But that was when, even though I was blinded, Rika made a miscalculation. She had sprayed at me from such a close distance that she inhaled the substance as well. I heard Rika sneeze and realized that it was my chance. Even if I couldn't see, I knew she was right there. I hit Rika's face a few times. When I felt Rika's weight shift, I escaped. Oh my god, look at the CG here. I then got my stun gun ready. Alright, Shion with a stun gun versus Rika with a spray bottle. Oh, that's an intense face Shion's got going on. I then got my stun gun ready. Rika must have inhaled just a little of the spray. She wasn't sneezing anymore, and was glaring at me instead. Hey. Are you picking a fight with me? You want me to wreck you? Rika's expression didn't change, but I was sure she was disappointed that her surprise attack was a failure. Rika flinched just a little, but she was still holding a spray bottle and aiming it at my eyes. She was trying to use the spray first, and then gave me the shot. I didn't know what was in the syringe, but it was a clear liquid. It had to be something bad. She wanted to take my eyesight, get on top of me, and then give me the shot. If whatever was in the syringe took a while to take effect, I might have had the chance to fight back and seriously injure Rika. But Rika's surprise attack told me that just being injected was more than enough. In other words, whatever the effect, it would start to work immediately. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to fight back against her. It'd probably either knock me out or kill me. In any case, what I had was equally deadly. My stun gun was very powerful. Just one shot would be all it took. What happened before was proof of its power. Rika knew my stun gun was a lot more powerful than her spray. She was being extremely cautious. Hey, what do you think you're doing in my house, huh? If you aren't moving, then I'll come to you. I threw a pile of newspapers at her. The pile wasn't tied together, so the newspapers flew all over Rika. Paper attack. I jumped at her immediately after. Paper attack. That reminds me... I don't know how much... who this reference is going to land on, but there's a series of games that came out, like, starting in the PS3 and then, like, really early PS4. I think launch PS4? Or no, not launch. It was supposed to be launched, but then didn't come out launch. Infamous games? Where, like, people absorb... It was, like, powers kind of thing, and people could absorb, like, different elements. For powers, basically. So, like, the main protagonist in the first, like, 2 games was, like, electric. And then in the games for the PS4, I think you absorb different powers. Yeah, like, fiery smoke, and then rock. It's, like, the couple of things I remember. But there was DLC where then you could absorb paper powers. And, like, the DLC was interesting back in the day, because I think it had, like, an ARG element to it, or at least, like, not really ARG, but more, like, had some out-of-game elements to it, but whatever the case is. One of the things you could get, the powers, was paper powers. You could, like, shoot paper at people, I think, or something like that. And that's what this reminds me of. I just thought it was a cool concept. Of all, like, because it was, like I said, smoke, and electricity, and... like neon light and rocks, and then it was like paper. Paper powers. Just shoot paper at you and get paper cuts. Make you sting a little. So I shoved my stun gun into her and pulled the trigger. Rika spasmed and fell to the floor. You fool. Hesitating in a fight where a single blow wins. Only amateurs get just glare at each other. You don't have a single clue about how advantageous the first strike is when a single blow can decide everything. The spray bottle rolled on the ground, but she still had the syringe. Rika was down, but I couldn't let my guard down either. I kicked her in the side and clambered on top of her. I took the syringe. I held Rika's arm down and gave her the shot. My actions could hardly be called gentle. I injected her violently. I injected everything that was in the syringe. Rika began to convulse. I stood back and watched for what would have happened to her body. Now I know the question that's going to be thrown at me immediately is, Austin, you talk about how big of a fan of Rika you are, and then you were literally just asked like 10 minutes ago or so, you know, what's your opinion of Shion? And here we have a scene where Shion is potentially murdering Rika, and how that should not sit well with me, right? Sometimes you gotta do the tough things. No, this pains me to see. I stood back and watched for what would happen to her body. Of course, I still had my guard up. While I assumed that the drug would incapacitate her immediately, I didn't know exactly what kind of reaction she would have. Huh! Look at you. Did you really think you could defeat me? Think again! After a few more convulsions, Rika unsteadily got to her feet. That's ridiculous. How can she even stand? I looked at my stun gun. Damn it. Power was on the low setting. Maybe it had been readjusted when we were rolling around on the floor. I changed the setting to maximum. Uh-oh. Rika turned pale and started sweating all over. I didn't know its exact effects, but if Rika had given me the shot, I'd be the one experiencing her symptoms. She looked really sick, so obviously she must have been feeling awful too. She couldn't even focus. She was very wobbly and had her hand on the wall. She lost her balance, and it must have been hard for her to even stand. She didn't look so brave anymore. Rika wobbled some more and moaned as if she was about to throw up. Getting back to, earlier chapters, the whole getting the soy sauce thing, it's very interesting to see. Now we're able, obviously, to see what the interaction between the two characters was here. And we see that, like, Rika could have just gotten, technically, some soy sauce and left. But it was very clear Rika was not necessarily lured in by Shion. But instead, Rika had a goal to accomplish that she was trying to, do. And then this confrontation's happened. It's interesting to see. So yeah, we read that. Oh, poor Rika. Rika looked scared as she moaned and wobbled, but at the same time she looked kind of funny too. Certainly, she hadn't even dreamed she'd be getting the shot herself. As a man sows, so shall he reap. That's what you get. Ah! Ha 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 ha. This is funny. So funny. But please don't throw up here. Go to the bathroom, okay? God, Shion is so good at being cruel, but also being, like, so evil while she's cruel. Making, like, these kind of, like, snide remarks. I'm going to enjoy how long it'll take for you to die. Oh, but that means I can't torture you later, huh? I've been planning to use the nail table on you. So either you choke on your own vomit and die, or I pound nails into all 10 of your fingers. I wonder which it'll be. I mean, I'd rather choke on my own vomit, but that's just me. Okay, I know. Let's move to the underground shrine storage. I'll put you to sleep so I can move you there, okay? Rika! I walked up to Rika, my stun gun making popping sounds. When Rika saw the sparks from the stun gun, she moved to grab a huge kitchen knife. Oh, are you still trying to fight? That makes things more fun. I have so much I want to ask you. I would suggest you back down. Well, actually, even if you do, you'll go through the same misery anyway.
あんたの誘いは断るわ。この拷問狂が。
Sorry, but I'll refuse that invitation, you torture maniac. What she said wasn't anything I'd expect to hear from the Rika I knew. But I didn't hesitate. I had the advantage, so I didn't need to worry. Besides, this was coming from the last survivor of the Frude family, one of the 3 families. That sudden change somehow felt natural.
あんたらの御三家の血塗られた歴史に比べたら、私なんてとてもとても。
Compared to what the 3 families have done, this is nothing.
それをフルデ家当主様に褒めてもらえるなんてね。
Thank you for that high praise, though.
ちょっと光栄だね。
I should be proud of myself, huh?
んで、
So?
そのフラフラな体で包丁一本で抵抗してみせる。
Are you seriously thinking about fighting me with a knife in that condition?
立っているだけでも限界なくせに。
You can't even stand straight.
そうね。
You're right.
あんたの言う通り、これがどうも私の限界。
Like you said, I'm at my limit.
お前なんかに召し取られて拷問で殺されるくらいなら悪いけどお先に退場させてもらうわ。
But if that means getting captured and tortured to death by you, I'm sorry. Taking my leave.
退場
Taking your leave?
できるならしてごらんよ。
Try if you can. It was clear who held the advantage here, but despite that, an odd thrill filled both of us. We lost our minds wasn't a fitting phrase for the people of Inamazawa. It was a feeling of release, when modern demons would stop pretending to be human. Yes, this was a mad banquet of demons, the savoring of blood and devouring of flesh. Attended by the head of the Furude family and the head of the Sonozaki family, the old families whose blood is closest to the madness of the demons. I stood in front of the hallway so as to block her escape route. The windows had grates and the door had a safety chain on it. If she turned around, I'd hit her with my stun gun. In this situation, what did Rika Furude mean by taking her leave? Rika got her knife ready. I expected her to aim at my stomach when she attacked, so I took a stance with my stun gun ready in my hand. She's not gonna She's not gonna take herself out, is she? So that Shion doesn't get the satisfaction or anything? Maybe not even just that, but just so that she can't be tortured. Rika, however, suddenly turned around. I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. Rika put the handle of the knife to the wall and held it in place. No, Rika! What was she doing? No way.
じゃあね。さよなら拷問狂。
Goodbye, torture maniac.
お前なんかに殺されてたまるか。
I knew it. It was too obvious. God damn it. I won't give you the satisfaction of killing me. Rika reared her head back and slammed her throat against the knife on the wall. Rika? Kinda hardcore. Her blood splattered all over. Rika bent backwards repeatedly and let the knife slash at her throat. Again and again. Her neck and chest were dyed red. I'd always thought blood was darker, but her blood wasn't dark. It was so bright. I must have been confused, but it looked pretty. After doing this several times, Rika turned around. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't look like she was from this world. Her face looked like something both living and dead, both real and artificial. It was very scary, eerie, and above all else, pale. Although her face looked unearthly, it was a very appropriate face for a demon. I didn't have a mirror, so I couldn't tell, but I was sure I looked exactly like her. Rika continued to violently slash her throat. It reminded me of someone trying to break a huge piece of ice with an ice pick. That was exactly what Rika looked like. The white chips of ice coolly flying through the air. What I saw before me was a beautiful sight. Every time Rika struck her throat, tiny drops of red blood splattered the boring white world around her. It was like a dance. A dedication dance by the final head of the Furude family. The demon's last dance of dedication to Oyashiro-sama. Upon seeing that literally blood-curdling dance, I let out a fierce roar. I had no reason to do so. I was howling like an animal. We were like animals trying to kill each other, both getting covered in blood. And, inevitably, as one convulsed in a pool of that blood, the other threw back its head and howled. My body shivered with the joy I felt inside of me. This was death, the most final of judgments, and it was right before me. The demons howled, screamed, and roared. The roars faded, and my voice started to change from the voice of a demon back to that of a human. As a demon, I roared, but as a human, I sneered. Rika was covered in blood from her neck down. Her blood was pouring out, making a little noise. Rika was still staring into my eyes. I stared back at her. I wasn't sure they were still eyes, though. They were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of the dead. Rika? No. Rika's corpse vomited blood from her mouth and nose and smiled. Then, she dropped the knife. She stuck her hands out and turned her palms upward. Her wiggling fingers reminded me of an insect's legs. Those fingers reached for her own throat. I'd never seen anything like it. I'd never seen anybody do this before. Because Rika was scratching her own throat. She was ripping her own throat apart. Maybe that wasn't a good description. She was trying to rip out the inside of her throat through the opening she'd made with her knife. Her fingers found the biggest tear. Jesus. Rika smiled. At least that's what I would have called it if she was still alive. She ripped open the tear in one tug. Upon hearing my scream, Rika died and fell on her face, onto the pool of blood. That was it. She didn't get up again to show me her throat. I stepped back from Rika Furude's body and bumped into the wall in the hallway. Hurrah! I roared again in admiration of the ritual dance of dedication of the head of the Furude family. Joy ran through my body and my blood rushed through my veins. I won! I won! I defeated her. Scream. I then realized I disposed of the heads of the three families, the core of the curse of Oishiro-sama. Everything was finally exposed. The curse of Oishiro-sama and its masterminds were all exposed. I disposed of the leaders of the three families, who all killed Satsuki-kun. The head of the Sonozaki family died of a heart attack. She was at the bottom of the well, along with a wheelchair. I apprehended the head of the Kimiyoshi family. He continued to tiptoe until he died. The head of the Furude family died, in a way that was perfect for the final head of the three families of Onikafuchi. I did it. I accomplished my mission. I defeated all the masterminds, who killed Satsuki-kun with the curse. Every one. Satsuki-kun, you were powerless. You didn't have the means to fight back. Those evil people simply sneered when they let you die, while they let you die, after marking you as a member of the cursed Hojo family. I will never, ever forgive them. They believed you deserved to die because you were one of the Hojos. As long as it was done by the curse of Oishiro-sama, they didn't care how you were killed. I will never forgive those people for creating this world. What could I have done to save you, Satsuki-kun? I couldn't save you. Shion Sonozaki couldn't do anything else at the time. If I was Shion, if I was Mion that day, I could have saved you. Mion could have saved you. That's right. I remember now. Shion. She said she wanted to eat red snapper sashimi that day. I was supposed to eat that, but Shion pouted and cried. That was why I left her switch. I let her switch just for that night. That's right, right now. Shion, she said she wanted to eat red snapper sashimi. I was supposed to eat that, but Shion pouted and cried. That was why I let her switch just for that night. So are we expanding upon where I talked about earlier, where I did to make her happy like a big sister would. Shion was never treated well, so I felt bad. That was it. I was being a good sister, that was it. When morning came, the world had been turned upside down and had remained so until today. We weren't twins anymore. The one with the demon was Mion, and the one without the demon was Shion. What was that supposed to mean? Wait, Mom, listen. I'm Mion, not her. You can tell us apart, right, Mom? Look, can't you tell I'm Mion? Come on, everyone, tell me I'm Mion. I touched upon it earlier, but this adds... It's such a simple thing, but it adds such a big wrinkle to the whole story. And it's such an effective but small detail dropped in here, where it's like... The one we know mostly as Shion was supposed to be Mion because of this detail, right? Like, the one we know mostly as Shion, and we have to make that clear and established, the one we have been following this whole chapter was supposed, according to her own inner dialogue, was supposed to be Mion from very early on, but they had switched and then never got to essentially switch back, and so it makes her even more upset about the whole thing. That not only does she feel like she was mistreated then for the rest of her life as being Shion, but unluckily she relinquished the power of Mion to her sister and then never got it back and then suffered because of that. And again, it's such a small little detail and kind of like a weird thing, but when you look at the grander scope of things, you're like, damn. This is just all kinds of just bad. Sucks for everyone. But I guess you could say, and I guess this is obviously painted quite clearly, but like, the fucked up situation of the family itself, right? Not only is the one that we knew as Mion, the burden that was placed upon her being the successor to Oryu and how fucked up that kind of situation is even from a young age, but also the fucked up family situation of being the twin, just the fact that there is a lesser twin in the whole family and that person was designated and relegated to like having a pretty shitty life, and it's all just bad. It's all just bad. I'm Mion. Don't call me Shion. I'm Mion, I am.
その時、私ははっきり悟ったよ。
Then, I realized.
あんたは知っていたんだ。
You knew, didn't you?
あの夜、親類たちが集まって何をするのか、ただの宴会じゃないって知っていたんだ。
But the relatives weren't gathering for a simple party that night. You knew.
知らない、知らない。
No, I didn't.
本当に知らなかったの。
I really didn't know.
はあ？なわけないでしょ。
Huh? How can you say that?
あんた、あの日だけ嫌にしつこく絡んできたじゃない。
You were so persistent that day.
タイの刺身なんて食べたことない。食べてみたい。いつもミオンばかりずるい。私にもって。
You said you never eaten red snapper before, so you really wanted to try it.
普段ならおとなしく納得するくせに、あの日だけ必要に。
You never gave up asking me.
知らないの。本当に知らなかったの。
I really didn't know.
あんな恐ろしいことになるなんて思ってたら絶対に言わなかった。
I didn't know. If I'd known, I wouldn't have said that.
どうだか。
Oh, sure.
あんたはいつも妬んでたじゃない。ミオンばかりいい目にあってずるいって。
You were always jealous of me, always looking at me with those foxy eyes.
だから私が気を利かせてたまに入れ替わってあげてたんじゃない。
That was why I switched with you every once in a while.
あんたはそれに満足していなかった。より一層妬んでいったんだ。
But you weren't satisfied with just that. You became even more jealous.
そしてあの夜の意味を自分だけ知り、私から奪ったんだ。
And that night, you knew what was going on and took Mion from me.
ミオンを奪ったんだ。
You took Mion from me.
ミオンを返せ。
Give Mion back.
私がミオンなんだ。
I'm the one who's Mion.
私がその先ミオン。
I am Mion Sonosaki.
お前はシオンなんだよ、シオン。
You were Shion this whole time.
ミオンを語るな、偽物が。
Don't call yourself Mion, you imposter! I kicked the bars of the cell repeatedly while I roared. Compared to my roar, the metallic noise of the bars sounded like a cry of a little puppy. I had been convinced by something so stupid. The tattoo of the demon was just a way of telling us apart. Even without that tattoo, I am Mion. That's right, I am Mion Sonozaki. I gathered my hair and put it in a ponytail with the yellow band that Mion used all the time. Since I didn't feel my hair on my neck, I felt like I could think more clearly now. Two Mions looked at each other through the iron bars. According to our sibling rules, that was never to happen. Yes, there was only one Mion and one Shion. There could never be two of either at the same time.
髪をほどけ、シオン。
Shion, you let your hair down.
ミオンは私だ。ミオンはここにいる。
I am Mion, and Mion is here.
お前がミオンじゃない。
You were never Mion.
だから語るな、二度と私を語るな。聞いているのか、シオン。
Just don't pretend to be me ever again, do you hear?
聞こえているのか。
I said, do you hear? If you do, answer me! Answer me, Shion! I took myself back on this day. Shion admitted she was Shion.
ミオンであることがこんなにも素晴らしいなんて。
How wonderful it is to be Mion.
すごいよ。体全体が言うことを聞く。
I feel great. And then I know I definitely touched upon this before, but this again adds to the more confusion because eventually when Ketchi does show up here, he sees the person in the bar, behind bars. He sees the person as Shion, but it's the person he's known as Mion the whole time. Again, just all kinds of messed up happening right now. It's all very potentially confusing.
頭の回転が優れた気がする。
But then the twist to that is when he sees the person behind bars and he thinks that that's the Shion that he knows, when it's really the Mion he knows. But at this point, Shion is forcefully taking back the role and the name of Mion. It is technically Shion he sees behind bars, but not the Mion, or not the Shion that he knows of. It's too much. She says, how wonderful it is to be Mion. I feel great. I can think clearly now.
そうだよ。ミオンは万能なんだ。
Because after all, Mion is capable of anything.
リソカスのシオンとは違う。
Unlike you, Shion.
落ちこぼれのくせに下手なミオンのふりなんかしやがって。それが私にとってどれだけむずがゆかったことか。
How dare you pretend to be Mion?
わかるでしょ、あんたになら。
Do you have any idea?
シオン。
Huh, Shion?
はい。おね。
Yes, sis. Shion called me sis. And so, I was Mion. The demon who had been asleep deep inside of me was finally allowed to wake up. The demon roared and my whole body shivered to express its joy.
シオン、あんたには罪がある。
Shion committed a great sin.
あんたは今までミオンだった。
You were Mion until now.
園崎家の鬼を継ぐミオンという強い立場がありながら、サトシ君を救わなかった、救おうとしなかった。
You were in a powerful position as Mion of the Sonozaki family, yet you didn't even try to rescue Satoshi-kun.
サトシ君を救うための100億の瞬間があったはずなのに、あんたはその全てを見殺しにすることを選んだんだ。
You had millions of chances to save him, but you chose not to do anything.
私は許さない、お前を許さない。お前が私だったらサトシ君を救えていたのに。
I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I could have saved Satoshi-kun.
お前が私を奪いサトシ君を殺したことを私は絶対に許さない。
You took him from me and you killed him. I'll never forgive you for that. Shion was shaking on the other side of the bars.
私はお前を殺すだろう。絶対に殺す。サトシ君の無念に見合う殺し方をしてやる。
I will kill you. I'll kill you in the best possible way.
お前を一番残酷に殺す方法が何なのか。今日から毎日考えて過ごしてやる。
Starting today, I'm gonna think of the best, most gruesome way to kill you.
シオンは私がそれを思いつくまでのわずかな日々を
Shion, better spend every minute
いつ殺されるのか、
fearing
どう殺されるのかに怯えながら過ごすがいい。
what's coming to you.
簡単には殺さない。むごたらしく殺す。
I won't just kill you. I'll make sure your death is long and miserable.
殺した後はサトシ君と同じ井戸に放り投げて、
And after you're dead, I'll throw you into the well.
そしてサトシ君にあの世で謝ってこい。
You better apologize to Satoshi-kun when you get there.
それが私を語り続けてきた答えの報いだ。
This is what you get for pretending to be me.
報い報い。
Do you hear me?
お前の罪。
That's your sin. I took a deep breath in. I was about to do it, and I'm like, I can't destroy my voice like that. I need to at least clean up the kitchen. The kitchen's a mess. We have the fucking Rika blood everywhere. I was putting old newspapers on the floor to absorb the blood. The phone rang. I didn't want to answer, but maybe I should. Should answer and talk to whoever it was.
はい、園崎です。
Hello, this is Sonozaki residence.
いつもお世話になってるでございます。北条と申しますですわ。
Oh no. Thank you for answering. This is Hojo calling. Oh boy. I was surprised to hear the Hojo name. But I realized right away that it was Satoko.
あ、
Oh,
さとこ
Satoko.
どうしたの？
What's the matter?
夜分遅くに申し訳ありませんわね。
Sorry to call so late.
うちのリカがお邪魔してませんこと？
Is Rika not there with you? Ah, yes. Ever since Satoko Hojo was abandoned, she had been living with Rika Furude. Of course, she'd get suspicious that Rika hadn't returned yet.
あ、来てるよ。
Ah, yeah, she's here.
あら、まだお邪魔してますの？
Oh, she's still there?
もう夕飯の時間ですのに。
It's long past dinner time.
ねえさとこ、
Hey, Satoko.
実はね、
I
今日さ、ちょいとおかずを作りすぎちゃってね。
made too much dinner tonight.
リカちゃんにも夕食を振る舞ってるんだよ。
So I told Rika-chan to eat here with me.
そう
Huh?
なんでございますの？
Is that so?
ーん。
Oh.
さとこも来なよ。
Why don't you come over too?
さとこの分もあるからさ。
I have plenty of food left.
リカちゃんはもう食べてるよ。
Rika-chan has already started eating.
もうリカったら。
Rika.
わかりましたわ。ちょっと片付けをしてから参りますわね。
Alright, I'll clean up a little and then head out.
では、ごめんあそばせ。
See you shortly.
うん、
Okay,
待ってるからね。
I'll be here.
じゃ。
See ya. Click. Oh boy. Phone. Oh boy. Keiichi.
さっきから呼んでるぞ。
I've been calling your name for a while.
電話だ。
You have a phone call.
園崎さんから。
It's from Sonozaki-san.
園崎さんってどっち？
Sonozaki-san. Which one?
姉？
The older sister or
妹？
the younger one?
そんなのは知らん。
I don't know.
自分で出て聞きなさい。
Ask her yourself. Thanks, Dad.
もしもし、
Hello?
ミオンか？
Mion?
シオンか？
Or is it Shion?
私です。
It's me.
シオンです。
Shion.
こんばんは。
Good evening.
シオン。
Shion!
その、ゆうべはすまなかった。
Sorry about last night.
つい興奮して。
I got all riled up. He must have been worried about how I hung up the phone so suddenly last night.
私たちは運命共同体なんです。
We're tied to the same fate.
互いの無事の確認が自分たちの安全の唯一の保証なんです。
Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety.
ああ、それについては同感だ。
Yeah, I agree.
だから私たちは互いの知っている情報を共有する必要があります。
We absolutely need to share whatever information we have.
高野さんたちみたいな死に方をしないために。
Sorry, just taking a drink there. So that we don't die, like Takano-san and Tamatake-san did. Gulp. I heard Kechi swallow loudly.
では、昨日の続きを話します。
Then, let's continue from where we left off.
もう怒らないで聞いてくれますよね。
You'll listen without getting angry this time, right?
ああ、
Yeah,
大丈夫だ。
I'll be fine. Kechi agreed to be quiet and listen. I explained the dangerous situation Kechi was in once again. Just like how some evil people in the village attacked Takano-san and Tamatake-san, they might attack us any day. It was ironic, of course, that while I was warning him, I was also the one who made sure the curse would fall upon him.
互いに何か気になることがあったら報告し合いましょう。
Let's report anything we notice that seems strange.
互いの持つ小さな断片を合わせていけば、ひょっとすると高野さんたちを殺した、いえ、今年の事件に限らない。
If we connect all the tiny pieces that we have, then just maybe we'll find out who killed them.
過去の連続事件を解決する鍵が見つかるかもしれません。
Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the past few years.
そうだな。
You're right.
確かにそうだ。
You're right about that.
では、まずは言い出した私からいきます。
Then I'll start, since I suggested it.
最近、 誰かに監視されているような気がします。
I feel like somebody's been watching me lately. What? I was making this up. I just wanted him to realize how urgent the situation was.
と言っても気のせいかもしれません。
It might be my imagination, but
でも一応報告します。
I'll tell you anyway.
今は気のせいだと思っていますけど、もしもケイちゃんも同じように誰かに監視されているように感じるなら、
I think it's just me, but if you feel like you're being watched too, Ki-chan, then
これは気のせいじゃないのかもしれませんから。
maybe it's just in my head. Maybe it's not just in my head.
そういうことなら安心しろ。
Well, don't worry.
少なくとも俺の方は大丈夫だ。
At the very least, everything's fine with me. It seemed like nothing had happened to Keshi today, at least. Now that the heads of all the three families were gone, it was possible the curse system had been destroyed entirely. If that was the case, then Kechi might not be attacked after all. But if there was someone who did want to attack him, that meant part of the system was still alive. In other words, my mission wouldn't be accomplished just yet. Kechi is like a litmus test in this situation. I know whether or not all my enemies were gone depending on if Kechi got bitten. He sure is a very useful man. After that, I went along with what Kechi said. I made sure he was fearful of Mion, as well as all of the three families. I explained to him the possibility that the whole village was involved, that the curse of Oshiro-sama might be some sort of system. Then I remembered Shion wouldn't know too much about the disappearance of the mayor, so I continued.
私もついさっき聞いたんですが、
I just heard this myself.
君吉のおじいちゃんが行方不明になったって本当ですか？
Is it true that Uncle Kimiyoshi went missing?
村長さんのことか。
You mean the mayor?
なんだシオン、聞いてないのか。
Wait, Shion, you haven't heard?
何も知らないです。お父さんが電話でそう話してるのをまた盗み聞いただけですから。
I don't know anything. I just overheard my father talking about it on the phone again.
ああ、
Yeah.
実はな、昨べ会合の後、家に帰ってこないとかで、ひなみ沢中で大騒ぎになったんだ。
Actually, last night, after the meeting, he didn't come home, so the whole village was in a panic.
村中で探したみたいだけど、まだ見つかったって話は聞かないな。
They searched all over Hinamizawa, but if they found him, then I haven't heard.
警察も探してるはずなんだけど。
The police should be searching for him as well.
なんでそんな大事な話を先にしてくれなかったんですか？
Why didn't you tell me something that important right away?
悪い。
Sorry,
知ってると思ってたんだよ。
I thought you already knew.
隠す気なんかなかった。
I didn't want to hide it or anything.
ケイちゃん、私どうしよう。
Such good acting by Shion here. Shion, the new Mion. Kitchen, what should I do?
どうした？
What's wrong?
話せよ。
Tell me.
俺たちの間で隠し事はなしだろ。
We're not keeping secrets from each other, right?
ごめん。
I'm sorry.
隠すつもりはなかったんです。
Well, I didn't mean to hide it.
ちょっと言うのが前後したっていうか。
It was just that, well, the conversation got turned around and
俺たちは仲間だろ。
we're on the same side, right?
怒ったりしないから正直に話せよ。
I won't get mad, so just tell me.
私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
Uncle Kimiyoshi, I told him everything.
君吉のじいさんってのはシオンにとって相談できる心安い人なんだろう。
Old man Kimiyoshi? He's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion?
はい。
Yes.
私のこと小さい頃から本当に可愛がってくれて。
He would. When I was little, he was really nice to me.
私、いつも意地悪なことをしてたのに、いつもニコニコと笑って。
All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile.
私の言うことは何でも聞いてくれて。
He listened to anything I had to say.
本当に優しい人だったのに。
He was such a kind person.
落ち着けよシオン。
Calm down, Shion.
別に死んでしまったわけじゃないだろう。
It's not like he's dead, right?
そんな簡単に諦めるなよ。
Don't lose heart so easily. Kechi tried to make me feel better, but he had no idea what was actually going on. It really made me laugh.
村長さんに。
That night,
私、あの晩、
I told the mayor
最後殿に忍び込んだこと、
that we
打
snuck
ち明
into
けたんです。
the ritual storehouse.
誰かにそれを見られてて、私たちを狙っている人がいるって。
Also that someone saw us and was out to get us.
村長さんは高野さんたちがまともじゃない死に方をしたのを知ってるのか？
Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Toмотaki-san died?
はい、
Yes.
知っていました。
He knew about it.
あの二人がお社様のたたりで死んだから、私はその怒りを鎮める生贄にされるんじゃないかって。
I told him that they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that I could be made sacrifice to calm his anger.
本当に率直に言いました。
I just said it straight out.
ああ、
Right.
それで
What then?
君吉のおじいちゃん、怒らなかった。
Uncle Kimiyoshi didn't get angry.
そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
He smiled and told me that if I was remorseful about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away.
本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
Acting. It was really smiling. And he told me to leave it to him. I actually got a little sad while saying that. Uncle Kimiyoshi had been so reliable. I was happy when he said that he would protect Shion. I truly was happy. If only he hadn't said anything to insult Sachi-kun.
私のせいです。
It's my fault.
私が打ち明けてしまったから。
Because I confessed everything.
よせよシオン。
Stop it, Shion.
シオンのせいじゃないよ。
It's not your fault.
いいえ、
No!
私のせいなんです。
It is my fault.
私が打ち明けてしまったから。
I told him our secret.
君吉のおじいちゃんが知ってしまったから。
Uncle Kimiyoshi found out about everything.
だから殺されてしまったに違いないんです。
So he had to have been killed.
だって打ち明けてすぐなんですよ。
It was right after I confessed to him, after all.
打ち明けて大丈夫って言ってくれたその晩に消えてしまった。
He disappeared the same night, and he told me everything was going to be alright. It was such a strange feeling. I wasn't upset at all, but as I pretended to be upset and muttered words of prayer for Kimiyoshi's safety, I started to feel that emotion growing inside me. Like a true psychopath. I was only pretending to be distressed to fool Kechi, yet the emotion I feigned began welling up inside me. It felt like I was being consumed by that emotion. So the words coming from my mouth weren't words I intentionally said. They were words that consuming emotion forced me to say. It was like someone else inside of me was doing the talking instead. And I was just watching that someone talk from a short distance away.
話すんじゃなかった。
I should have never told him.
これは全部私たち4人のトガだったはず。
All of this should have only been our fault. Only the four of us.
他人に話してはいけないことだったんです。
It wasn't something I should have told someone else.
話したから殺されてしまった。
He got killed because I told him.
知ったから殺されてしまった。
He got killed because he knew.
打ち明けたから殺されてしまった。
He got killed.
おい待てよ。
Hey, stop.
そんなやつなら打ち明けた村長を殺す前にお前から先に殺すに決まってるじゃないか。
If they were doing that, then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor.
順番が違うよ。
It doesn't make sense.
殺されるなら俺かシオンが先。
You or I should have been killed first.
他のやつらが先に死んだりするものか。
Why would other people die before us?
順番はあります。
It does make sense.
私たちを一番最後に殺すつもりに違いないんです。
They must be planning to kill us last of all. Huh?
なんだって？
What?
人思いに殺さないで親しい人たちから順々に殺していって散々悲しい思いをさせた後に殺す、そういう狙いに違いないんです。
They start by killing those we're close to, and after they cause us so much pain, then they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. What I just said scared even me. Killing our loved ones first to harm us emotionally, and only then kill us at the height of our suffering. Whoa, I felt something crawling up my spine. That's awesome. It's an awesome idea. I must not be human anymore. I really am a demon. A human could never think of such cruel things. That would be one incredible hell. Your close friends dying one at a time after being tortured. And after all that, you yourself get killed. What a great way to destroy someone's life. Why was I getting so excited about this? Because I could get going with that plan right away. Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan! What?
今なんて言ったんですか？
What did you say just now?
俺も実は打ち明けたんだ。
The truth is, I told her about it.
リカちゃんに今日
I told Rika-chan. Today.
リカちゃんってリカちゃまのことですか？
Rika-chan. You mean Rika-shama?
フルデ神社のリカちゃま？
The one from the Furude Shrine?
そうだよ、リカちゃんだよ。
Yes, Rika-chan.
俺もどうしようもなく不安で打ち明けたんだ。
I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. That almost gives it away. Why if oh no, Kechi knows that my bad. Kechi knows he's talking to Shion right now. So this is actually good on Shion acting like she doesn't know who Rika is very clearly. But also, I guess I didn't necessarily point this out before, but now 100% coming to grips. Like, this is back when we saw Kechi talking to Rika and being like, hey, this is the thing, this is the situation, all that. And Rika was like, took that and was like, all right, yeah, I'll help the kiddies. You know, that whole exchange between Rika and Kechi, and they were like at school, like behind some storage shed or something. And he explained the whole situation. This is what he's talking about, where he talked to Rika about it, and now he feels guilty for doing that. But, like, Rika, good on her. She took that information, and she knew kind of at least what was going on. And that's where she goes and then starts attacking Shion, knowing that it wasn't Mion, probably. Rika, like a badass, was just like, yeah, I'm going to, I'll take care of the situation. Tiny Rika.
Rika-chanに
I told Rika-chan.
そうしたらリカちゃまはなんて？
When you did, what did she say?
猫さんの心配しすぎなのです。
The cat is worrying too much.
僕がきっと何とかしてあげますですよ。
I'll do something about it for sure.
リカちゃんはそう言って。
That's what Rika-chan said.
ごめん、シオン。
I'm sorry, Shion.
俺ちょっとリカちゃんのことが心配になっちゃって。
I'm a bit worried. I'm worried about Rika-chan.
あ、はい。そんなに心配でしたらぜひ電話を。
Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me.
安否を確認してみてください。
Please, go find out whether she's safe. Yeah,
そうさせてもらう。
I'll do that.
また明日もこのくらいの時間に連絡します。
I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time.
それをもって私の安否確認としてください。
When I do, you'll know I'm still alright.
わかった。
I got it.
待ってる。
I'll be waiting.
じゃあな。
Okay, bye.
すまん。
Sorry,
切るぞ。
I'm hanging up. Keji hung up roughly. What a hilarious conversation with Kechi. Everything was just too damn funny. Kechi Maibara, go ahead and struggle helplessly. Run all over the village and see if the curse is still alive. Go ahead and see if my enemies are still around. I laughed for a while and then calmed down. I'd already gotten rid of the bicycles and shoes belonging to Rika and Satoko. My house was, for the moment, taken care of. I could expect Kechi to run around in a panic, to ask for help from someone, and then ultimately come to Mion. More than likely, the youth group would end up looking like Rika like they did with the mayor. End up looking for Rika like they did with the mayor. I'd probably have to endure another long night again, knowing nobody would find her. I decided to wait until the phone rang. I killed time by watching TV until it did. Great.
ちゃん、本気で言ってんの？
Kei-chan, are you serious?
もし冗談だったらかなり怒るよ。
I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. I scolded Kechi for suspecting that Rika had disappeared.
みーちゃん、
Mii-chan,
本当に冗談だったなら怒るんじゃなく笑おうよ。
if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile.
だって冗談なんだから。
It would be a joke after all. I love Arena casually saying, hey, joking about people being gone and disappearing and potentially dying? It's okay. It's just a joke. It's just a prank, bro.
私たちはそれが冗談であることを確かめなくちゃいけない。
We need to go to make sure whether it's a joke or not.
そうだね。
You're right.
機嫌の悪そうなことを言ってごめん。
Sorry for getting upset. Rena rebuked me. While she looked quiet, I felt that she could be very terrifying under her skin. I had no basis for that impression, but I still felt that way. I just didn't like her. I disliked her ever since that rainy day at the bus stop. It wasn't that we didn't get along, though. How should I put it? I was at a loss for how to explain. Ah, that was it. I found a good example. When I was little, I always wanted to play tennis. I had my relatives take me to a tennis court, and they all praised my skill. I was doing nothing more than hitting a ball with a racket, but they told me I was talented, and that made me happy. When I went to school, I told my classmates I played tennis, and they told me that I was talented too. Then, one of my classmates, who was unusually very quiet, said she also played tennis. Not only did she play, but she took lessons. Although I bragged about my serve, I was no match for her. I felt lonely and insulated that everyone was paying attention to her and not me. She was unusually very quiet. But suddenly, I realized that she knew more and had a lot more experience than me. Rena at the bus stop was just like that. I thought of myself as a demon now. I'd awakened a part of me that was half human and half demon, the part that lived in Onigafuchi village. In fact, I'd already stepped into a world where normal humans couldn't go. I'd already surpassed my human limits. I genuinely thought of myself as a superior being, having transcended the realm of mortals. But when my eyes met with Rina Ryugu's, I felt what I did long ago with tennis. Why? Why did I feel that way with Rina? I'd heard that in the animal world, during battle, animals glare at each other to display their strength. Only humans have to punch or kick each other to feel superiority or inferiority. Most animals can tell just by glaring at each other. In that case, could it be the same with Rina?
みーちゃん大丈夫？
Mi-chan, are you okay?
ああ、ごめん。
Hmm? Yeah, sorry.
ほらさ、昨日から寝不足で。
I haven't slept since yesterday, you know? Sorry. Kechi climbed up the ladder and tried to peek into the windows on the second floor where Rika and Satoko lived. It was my job to hold down the ladder. Rina cautioned me to hold onto it tightly.
みーちゃん、私念のため本宅の方も見てくるね。
Mi-chan, I'm gonna go check the main house just to be sure, okay?
すぐ戻るから。
I'll be right back.
ごめん。
Isn't this where then Shion, who at the time we thought was Mion, starts shaking the ladder violently as Kechi is up there? Now it all makes sense. Shion's like, I'm gonna fucking take him out, and starts shaking the ladder violently at him. Okay.
よろしく。
Be careful. Rina ran off after that. When I looked up, I saw Kechi trying to open a window, but all of them were locked.
本宅ってなんだ？
What did Rina mean by main house? Kechi asked me from the top of the ladder.
フルデ家の本当の家だよ。
It's the Furude family's actual house.
両親が亡くなって以来、ずっと放置してあるそうだけど。
After her parents passed away, I think it's been left like that.
あ、そうか。
Ah, right.
リカちゃんのご両親って亡くなってるんだよな。
Rika-chan's parents, they passed away, huh?
サトコも親はいないよ。
Satoko's also an orphan.
お社様のたたりってことで、両親が崖から落っこちてね。
Her parents fell from a cliff because of Oishiro-sama's curse.
お兄さんだったサトシ君もいなくなっちゃって。
Then her older brother, Satoshi-kun, he disappeared.
サトシって前に聞いた名前だな。
Satoshi, I've heard that name before. He'd heard that name before? I felt anger growing up inside of me. Don't you know whose desk you're using every day? You act as if it belongs to you. You drop food on it while eating lunch. You drool on it while taking a nap. Don't you know who it really belongs to? Why am I acting like this? Or why am I acting this way? I'm Mion. Sachikun doesn't even exist anymore. He was demoned away. It's hardly Kechi's fault that he didn't know. It really isn't his fault.
サトコはリカちゃんと一緒にこの小屋で暮らしてるんだよ。
Satsuko and Rika-chan have been living in this shack ever since.
互いに身寄りのない一人ぼっち同士。
Neither of them has any family, but at least they're together.
助け合ってね。
They'll help each other out. They help each other out.
本宅って言ったか。
Didn't Arena say there was a main house?
そっちで暮らした方が楽だろうに。
Wouldn't it be easier to live there?
初めはそうしてたみたい。
I think she tried that at first.
でも両親を思い出すから辛いって言って。
She said it was hard though, because it reminded her of her parents. After everyone in Satoko's family died, she started living with Rika. It only made sense. Satoko and Rika were best friends. They didn't care about the Hojo family or the Furude family. They had been best friends since before the damn conflict. The reason why the curse never fell upon Satoko, Rika Furude probably had a lot to do with it. It made more sense, or that made more sense than anything else, at least. Satoko was pardoned from the curse of the Hojo family, all thanks to Rika Furude's arrangements. Satoko had never been a victim of the Night of Nagashi. According to the curse system I'd uncovered, the last survivor of the Hojo family still living in Hinamazawa would be the perfect target for this year's curse. Therefore, whoever was responsible for executing the curse must have tried to take her life. However, nothing happened to her. Let me get that again. According to the curse I uncovered, the last survivor Hojo family still living would be the perfect target. Yeah, okay. Proving that Satoko had escaped from the curse, that was really and truly infuriating. She might have been the head of the Furude family, but I still couldn't accept that such a little girl had enough power to protect her best friend. Mion. No, actually Shion. Shion must have had the same power then. Just like Rika protected Satoko, Shion must have protected Satoshi. Damn it. Damn it. Or could have protected Satoshi. Damn it, damn it.
Rika-chanも
Oh, she's getting upset.
大変なんだな。
The rage is building. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan. They have it hard, huh?
呪われてるんだよ。
She's cursed.
え
Huh?
ミオン、お
Mion?
前今なんて言った？
What did you just say?
呪われてるって言ったの。
I said she's cursed.
ミオン、お前なんて顔してんだよ。
Mion, you. Why are you making that face?
北条聡子はね、
Satoko Hojo.
お社様のたたりを一心に受けた呪われた子なの。
She's been cursed by Oshiro-sama. I can't accept that Satoko was pardoned from the curse, although she was a member of the cursed Hojo family. She was one of the cursed Hojos. Satoshi-kun wasn't pardoned, but Satoko was. She was cursed, but she got away? She escaped the curse, but Satoshi-kun didn't. I can't accept that. In fact, Satoko should have been the one to be cursed the most. She cornered Satoshi-kun physically and emotionally. That was why things got weirder and weirder. In the end, everything went crazy. When I think back on it, it was Satoko who I hated the most of all. She cornered Satoshi-kun. Stars. And as a result, Satoshi-kun disappeared. She started it. She caused it. If only she hadn't been there. Just as Rika Furude and Satoko had lived happily, maybe there had been a happy future for me too. Maybe Satoshi-kun and I could have started lives together in Okinomiya. Yes, I look at both the beginning and the end. It's so obvious. Satoko's existence caused everything. Satoshi-kun had to kill his aunt because of Satoko. The three families used that need to create the curse, and then they killed him. The police were convinced he just ran away, but he never did that. He was the type of person who had always did his best at everything, all by himself. He was doing the very best he could for his only sister, yet he was forced to vanish. He worked so hard for Satoko, and though he was living just for her, he was erased. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was so underappreciated. That girl knew no gratitude. She was cursed. If you got near her, you'd meet the same fate. You'd be cursed to die or disappear. That really was it. She was the main curse behind it, or cause behind it all. She wormed her way into Rika Furude's good graces. That was why the curse fell upon Satoshi-kun. She should have died first. Then Satoshi-kun would be still alive. If he was still alive, I could have done something for him. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive Satoko. I can't forgive that girl. There can be no peace with her. There can be no peace. She was the perfect target for the curse of 1983. The curse of Oshiro-sama. Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Oshiro-sama. Rika was dead. The reincarnation of Oshiro-sama had died. There's no more god in Hinamazawa to deliver the curse. I'm the one who has to deliver it now. Jeez. I am Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, one of the three families of Onikafuji. Now that all the heads of the three families are gone, there's nobody to surpass me. I will deliver the curse of Oyashiro-sama, and nobody else. I'll deliver it. I am the curse. I have become Oyashiro-sama. I felt hot bubbles boiling over deep inside of me. I could tell the demon inside of me wanted to roar. I noticed Kechi was looking down at me. Calm down, Mion. You can't tell what you're thinking. Calm down. Calm down. At that point, I heard footsteps coming closer. I saw 4 or 5 adults accompanied by Rina running toward us with flashlights in their hands. Okay, so interestingly enough, unless I've got this massively messed up, she didn't actively, during her monologue there, say that she was intentionally, like, shaking the ladder with him on it. So it didn't even bring that up. So she must have been shaking the ladder without her knowing it, like, intentionally. And so when we were on Kechi's perspective, and he's, like, up there, and he says something like, oh my god, why is Mion shaking the ladder, like, while I'm up here? This is her, in her head, she was getting, like, she was losing her, you know, her cool, and must have physically manifested it as her, like, shaking the ladder while he's on top of it or whatever. And she didn't even realize. She's like, she's just pissed about the whole thing. And he's like, oh, stop, please, stop shaking the ladder. So yeah, 4 or 5 adults, accompanied by Rina, running toward us with flashlights in their hands. One of them opened the lock on the cabin door, and we all went inside. Of course, there was nobody there. Satoko and Rika lived alone. I doubted Satoko would have left a note saying she was going over to the Sonosaki house when Rika was there already. But it wouldn't be fun if she had. Because of that, I hurried into the room ahead of Rina to make sure there was nothing left behind. The rumor of Rika and Satoko's disappearance spread around the village quickly. More and more villagers gathered at the Furude Shrine. Acting in place of the head of the Sonosaki family, I commanded them to search the village. The villagers nodded and scattered. How long had it been since the last time I was truly Mion? I felt so pleased that my body almost went numb. Lots of villagers went in and out of the shrine. They yelled at each other that she was nowhere to be found. Some suggested other places to look, and they all left. They made a lot of noise with their comings and goings. Members of the Women's Association brought out huge pots and gas cookers from the storage and got ready to cook for the men. That was when I noticed Kechi unsteadily walking toward a corpse of dark pine trees. What was he thinking? How stupid of him to be alone on a night like this. If a person responsible for executing the curse was nearby, he wouldn't come back safely.
Mion-chan, お茶が池の方もぐるっと探したけど全然ダメだね。
Mion-chan, we went all around Ojaga Lake, but didn't find anything.
池の中も照らしたけど明るくなんないとわかんないよ。
We tried to light up the pond, but we're going to have to wait until the sun is up.
ありがとうございます。
Okay, thanks for your hard work.
婦人部の皆さんがお味噌汁を作ってくれてますので、召し上がって休んでください。
The women are making some miso soup, so please rest up and have some.
ミオンちゃん、あの二人って自転車どこに止めてたんか知ってるかい？
Mion-chan, do you know where they usually park their bicycles?
さあ、
No.
多分境内の階段の下じゃないかな。
They probably parked them at the bottom of the stairs leading up here.
まさかあの階段を担いで上がったりはしないでしょう。
I don't think they'd come up while carrying them.
ないんだよね。二人の自転車がさ。
We can't find their bicycles.
どこかに行っちゃったんだろうかね。
Where did they go?
自転車で遊びに行ったならどうかもしれんな。
If they left on their bikes, they could have gone pretty far.
マジか。
Maybe even as far as the town.
だとすると、ひなみ沢の中にはいないかもしれんな。
In that case, we'll have to look outside of Hinamazawa.
そういえば、リカちゃまがいなくなったってのは誰が最初に気づいたんだ？
By the way, who first noticed that Rika-chama was gone?
ああ、ケイちゃんだけど、
It was Ki-chan.
急に虫が知らせたんだとか。
He suddenly had a hunch.
前原屋敷のせがれさんか。
Oh, that Maibara kid, huh?
なんや、怪しいな。
He's a little suspicious.
そういえば前原家は来てないのか、この一大事の時に。
Speaking of which, why hasn't the Maibara family shown up when we're in a crisis like this? Why isn't the Mybro family? Yeah, good question. Next is his parents suck.
前原家は懲戒未加入だから。
Deadbeat
青年団の連絡網に入ってないんよ。
The Mybro still haven't joined the town council, so they're not in the youth group's phone directory.
なあ、すったらんしょうがな。
Well, really? Well, ain't no helping it then.
俺
Huh?
入ったろ懲戒。
They joined, didn't they?
ああ、あれさね、連絡網に名前が載ってないだけんと違う。
I think it's just that their name isn't in the directory yet.
連絡網新年に作ったきりやんね。
Last time they updated was at the beginning of the year.
途中から越してきたから載ってない。
They just moved here, so that's why they aren't on it.
前原のせがれさんの虫の知らせってのがどうもな。
That Mybra kid's hunch is still suspicious.
第一発見者が一等怪しい言うやんね。
They do say the first one on the scene is the most suspicious.
そのせがれはどこ行ったんかいね。
Where'd he go?
さっき松林の方にふらふら行くのを見たよ。
Saw him walking toward the pine trees.
誰か呼んでくる？
Can someone go get him? Conveniently, I saw Kechi and Rina walking back toward us.
ケイちゃんどこ行ってたんだよ。
Kei-chan, where'd you go?
ケイちゃんまでいなくなったのかと心配したよ。
I was worried you disappeared too.
すまん。
Sorry. It looked like nothing had happened to Kechi. If so, it's fine. It means I took care of all my enemies.
おやおやおや。
Oh my my my.
美味しい匂いが漂ってくると思ったら、
I knew I smelled something good coming from over here.
これはぜひご評判に預かりたいですね。
I'd be much obliged if you'd allow me to have some. Oishi, fucking read the room. Jesus. I heard the loud, sticky voice of a middle-aged man. Ew, sticky voice. It was Oishi. He must be confused about this year's incident. The scale of the curse this time is nothing like the previous ones. Oishi's information network is about equal to or better than that of the elders on the town council. In other words, could easily uncover a rumor that was circulating through the underside of the village. He must have come here to see if the disappearances of Kimiyoshi and Rika had something to do with the changing of the lock on the ritual storehouse's door. The police will come for me sooner or later. I am Mion Sonozaki. By removing all the heads of the three families, my enemies, I become the head in their place. I can't allow Mion Sonozaki to continue existing. I'll have to destroy the existence of the head of the Sonozaki family. When I destroy my own position, that is when my revenge will come to an end. More than likely, I'll have Oishi witness my final moments. My eyes and Oishi's met. Damn it, he thinks I'm suspicious already. You're right, Oishi. I did it. Mion Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, is the culprit. Again, kind of wordplay with the name there, right? Because understandably, it's not 100% incorrect for her to say it's Mion who did this, but really it's the person we knew as Shion up until basically this point, and yada yada yada. Heh heh heh. Heh heh heh. He. Some notebook pages. Brink. Page 195. Rika Furude. She was the head of the Furude family, but she never even appeared at the most important meetings. Even if she did show up, nobody would ask for her opinion, so it never really mattered if she was there or not. A legend in the Furude family says that if the firstborn child is a girl for 8 generations in a row, that 8th girl would be the reincarnation of Oyu Shirazama. According to Takano-san's research, Rika Furude is very likely to be the one. Surely, she must be an important icon in the cult of Oyu Shirazama. The true believers are devoted to her. So, it's quite surprising to me that Rika Furude herself was the assassin. It's unbelievable. It's just too abnormal. Usually a VIP like her wouldn't be the one to assassinate someone. It's possible that it was a Rika Furude lookalike. From the way she moved, she seemed experienced in fighting. It's not normal that a small girl like her would jump me without faltering. I just got lucky because I had a stun gun. Without it, I don't know what would have happened. She was far more skilled than she looked. Was she trained as an assassin? Or was it a body double? Everything is a mystery, including that creepy syringe. What's going on? Can't understand. She was like an apparition or something. Did Oryu Sonozaki know of her existence? What is hiding on the underside of this village? That underside might run much deeper than I thought. At this point, I believe that I can complete my revenge by destroying the curse system entirely. That means that I have to eliminate the heads of all the 3 families, the successor Shion, and the assassins who are after Kechi. Although Kechi is completely unguarded, he hasn't been attacked so far, even though I told everybody that he was one of the trespassers. In fact, it's me who's being attacked. Rikafude attacked me. According to my theory, Kechi should make for very attractive bait, but nobody has done anything to harm him. Since Rikafude attacked me, it might be that opposing the Furude family is a greater taboo than trespassing in the ritual storehouse. Rikafude had said that intrusion wasn't a big deal. She sounded like she was going to let Kechi walk. And after I accused her of that, Rikafude, in quotes, attacked me that very night. Are there 2 different factions? Does one handle trespassers in the ritual storehouse, whilst the other protects the religious doctrines of the Furude family? No, that doesn't make sense. Toмотaki-san's death must have been caused by the Furude family's injections. Rika showed me the effect of it herself, clawing at her own throat and dying like that. But Toмотaki-san shouldn't have been subject to the curse, at least according to the family of the system of the Furude family. I think it's something I probably pointed out early. I think genuinely, no one gave a fuck that the storehouse was broken into. And I don't mean no one cared. Not to belittle. Obviously, you do something disrespectful. Obviously, people are like, bad. And like, in the grand scheme of things, the punishment we saw that Shion, now Mion, had to endure, the fingernails being ripped off of her hand, not great. It is a form of torture, but it's not actively killing someone. And then everything that's happened after that is because of, again, something we talked about even from early on, is overreaction and then paranoia, right? Here, we see Shion doing things for revenge, and I'm still under the belief that Takano wanted to kill Toмотaki for some other unknown fucking reason, just because she's a weird black widow of some sort. And she's got her own goals that maybe we'll learn at a later point. But, like, again, the trespassing wouldn't have blown up to this thing if it wasn't for the paranoia and then the actions of people, for lack of a better term, taking advantage of the situation, right? Again, it's mostly the revenge aspect here for Shion / Mion, and then like Takano just taking advantage of the confusion happening, I think, for whatever her goal was. And yeah, just all around, if everyone would have just chilled out, none of this would have happened. Anyway, here, this line is, but Toмотaki-san shouldn't have been subject to the curse, at least according to the system of the Furude family. I don't understand why Kechi hasn't been attacked. Did he have something exempting him from the curse, unlike Takano-san? Just like how only Satoko Hojo was spared? Kechi is a friend of Rika Furude's. So, does that mean that if you were close to her, you wouldn't be cursed? Was she more important than the whole system? It's impossible. The hag was at the top of the curse system. Rika couldn't have been higher up than her. Scribble, scribble. Are there multiple ways to determine the subject of the curse? Are there as many curse execution groups as there are subjects? Do they all work separately? It's a mess. None of my theories add up. If I mess up my reasoning, I might make the wrong person the target of my revenge. I don't understand who the enemy is, or how Satoshi-kun was made to disappear. How much did the hag know? It really was a huge loss. I have so many things I wanted to ask her. I killed her by accident. Shit. In that respect, I've already failed in my revenge. The underside of Hinamizawa really does run too deep. Scribble, scribble. Whole page is blacked out with scribbles. Ah. Actually, I'll keep it on this for the music to just barely play there. I'll throw up a BRB really quick. We're gonna keep going. I'm not done yet, but I do need to do the BRB. So give me about 5 minutes. We'll be back. We'll read the next section and then go from there. So I'll be right back. I'm back. Such a calming tinks and tonks. Isn't that... with his music. If I remember correctly, we weren't getting this in the questions arc. Or at least early on we weren't. Where is the game? There it is. There's that game. Alright, we gotta keep reading. Full steam ahead, I say.
Yo.
I'm really curious. I am curious how much there is left of this chapter. Because you would think, it depends. Are they gonna go further than in, like, further into the timeline than we'd seen before? Because in that case, then we'd probably still have a bit. If it gets up until the point where we saw with, like, Keshi in, like, chapter 3, where, you know, he goes to the hospital, there's the whole thing about the Shion and Mion thing. If it just goes up to that point, which would sort of make sense to do so early on, because you gotta think, chapters 6, 7, and 8 have got to hold some cards back, because there's got to be other stuff to reveal at some point. So I wonder. We can't blow the load. The story can't blow its load. They can't be, I would assume, they can't say and give away, like, everything. All the questions we had from, like, the first 4 chapters. But I guess we'll see. Shion says, "Hey, everyone.
皆さんまだ生きてる?
Are you all still alive?" Oh god, this is gross. She's checking in on her prisoners. Kimiyoshi was hanging from the collar with his head turned up to the ceiling. He didn't even move when I walked in. Maybe he's already dead. Satoko was lying on a cross-shaped restraining table. She glared at me with red and swollen eyes, which must have been that way from crying. I'd wanted to put her on that special restraining table to pound nails into her hands, but Satoko was too small for that. Lovely sound effect. I walked up to Kimiyoshi and poked his body with my toe, even though it sounded like a whoosh. I, too, make that sound when I poke people with my toe. Whoosh. There was no response.
君吉のおじいちゃん死んだ?
Uncle Kimiyoshi, are you dead?
人殺し。人殺し。
Murderer. Murderer. Maybe Satoko had witnessed Kimiyoshi's last moments. I took a thick knife from the wall and stabbed Kimiyoshi with it. There was no response.
君吉のおじいちゃん
Uncle Kimiyoshi.
生きてるなら正直に生きてるって言ってくださいよ
If you're alive, you better tell me, okay?
死体のふりして逃げ出そうなんて通用しないから
You can't fool me. I walked over to to the pulley that was suspending Kimiyoshi.
最終通告
This is your last chance.
生きてる
Are you alive?
生きてるなら返事してね
Let me know if you are. I paused just for a moment, then turned the pulley. Gross. Kimiyoshi's body swayed strangely in the air. It looked much more like a corpse like that.
どうしてこんなことをするんですの、シオンさん。
Shion-san, why are you doing this? Now I'd be willing to bet Satoko, Kong, or Shion probably is not gonna make Shion/Mion happy here. I'd assume.
ん?
Hmm?
ああ、なるほど
Ah, I get it. The door to the huge cave was still open. I bet Satoko had talked to the one in the cell while I was gone. That's how she knows my name. Although, it's actually not my name at all.
シオンじゃなくて私が本当のミオン
No, I'm not Shion. I'm the real Mion.
あんたたちがミオンだと思ってた方がシオン
The one you all thought was Mion is Shion.
まあややこしいだろうから理解しなくて結構
It's kind of confusing, huh? If you don't get it, that's okay.
よくもみんなをリカを
How dare you? How dare you kill Rika? No, she killed herself. You don't get it. I had allowed Satoko to watch me take care of Rika's body. Of course, I let her see Rika's neck, too.
フルでリカは自業自得。
Rika Furude deserved it.
あいつは私を殺しに来たんだよ。
She came over to kill me.
返り討ちにしたのさ。
I just fought back, that's all.
そんなことあるわけありませんわ。
That's not possible!
リカがそんなことするわけない。
Rika would never do a thing like that.
信じないならそれでもいいよ。
If you don't believe me, that's fine.
あんたにはどうでもいいことだし。
It's none of your business anyway.
私をどうするつもりなんですの？
What are you going to do with me?
殺す。
I'm going to kill you. Satoko's eyes went wide. She was expecting my answer, I'm sure, but she still looked shocked. I bet she didn't expect me to state it so openly. I heard the noise of something hitting iron bars echoing in the huge cave. Shion's voice echoed there as well. Sis, no! Don't kill Satoko! I answered her clearly. Did you finally realize what you've done?
あんたはそれをサトシ君の時にしなかった。
Did you finally realize you didn't do anything to save Satoshi-kun, although you had the power to?
だからサトシ君は虫けらのように殺されてしまったんだ。
That was why he was killed.
あんたはサトシ君を救える100億の瞬間を見捨てた、見殺した。
You ignored millions of chances to rescue Satoshi-kun.
そうさ、それがあんたの罪なのさ。
Yes, that is your sin. Jesus. Before even finishing my sentence, I stabbed Satoko's right arm. Her blood started to flow out. This was nothing compared to what happened to Rika Furude. I twisted the knife into Satoko's arm. She bit down hard, crying. Stop! Don't kill Satoko! Let her go! I don't care what you do to me, but please let Satoko go! Why couldn't you say that for Satoshi-kun? It's too late now. I was the one screaming like you back then. But no matter how loudly I screamed, it never reached them, spared him, or saved him. I want to go through the same thing. I want you to go through the same thing I did. This is bad. This is all just bad. Oh, it's rough. I stabbed Satoko's arm repeatedly, but the knife kept hitting her bone. It didn't feel like I was cutting any of her flesh. A little baby arm. Stop, Mion. Stop, sis. Stop, stop, stop.
よーし、シオン。
Okay, Shion.
じゃあこうしよう。サトコの助け方を教えてあげよう。
How about this? I'll tell you how you can save Satoko.
あんたはこれから1000回ごめんなさいって言うんだよ。
Apologize to me 1,000 times. such a like a young kid thing to do. Name a very like impossible task.
言い終わったらサトコを解放する。
I'll let her go when you're done.
どう？
How about that?
私は嘘をつかないよ。あんたが1000数えたら絶対に約束を守る。
I don't tell lies.
あんたがけじめをつけたってことをちゃんと理解してね。
If you really apologize 1,000 times, I'll keep my promise.
さあ、
Well,
どうするの？
how about that?
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。
Her voice is getting higher and higher. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. Shion started to apologize like a broken record. She's so stupid and honest. She's not even thinking of cheating. I bet Shion really will count to 1,000. I stabbed Satoko in the wrist. There, I felt something hard. Guess I either crushed her bone or scraped it. It must have been extremely painful for her. Satoko screamed. Shion's voice got louder as if trying to overpower that scream. Ah ha ha ha
泣くのはあんたの1000倍特許だね。
All you ever do is cry to get what you want.
泣けばニーニーが来てくれる？
You think your Nini is going to appear out of nowhere, knock me aside and rescue you, huh?
がかけてきて私を跳ね飛ばしてあんたを助けてくれるのかな？
Yeah, right. God, could you imagine if Satoshi did see Shion doing all this? You think he'd be happy? Huh? Huh, Shion? Do you think Satoshi would like you like this? That's what I would say. She'd get pissed off and she'd probably like bury the knife deeper into me somehow. But at the very least, my best thing I would try to do is try to appeal in a weird way to like her emotions with Satoshi. Cause like Mion knows the sister in the prison cell knows, the old Mion, that she's made it very clear that she's pissed about how Satoshi is gone. So I would think the one thing you'd have to do is try to appeal to that somehow. Because nothing else is clearly working. The knife was still in Satsuka's wrist. I slid it toward her elbow. I'm playing like armchair tortured victim right now. If I was currently being tortured right now, I would do this very differently.
Satoko? 私の声が聞こえる?
Satoko, can you hear me?
聞いてる?
Hey. Listen to me. I slapped her face several times and made her look at me.
あんたは自分の罪が分かってる?
Do you know what you've done?
あんたの存在がどれほどにサトシ君を追い詰めていたか
Do you
知
know
っている?
Do you know how your very existence is what cornered Satoshi-kun? Nini. Nini.
そう。あんたはニーニーって泣けばよかった。
That's right. That's all you did to him.
泣きさえすればいつもサトシ君がかばってくれた。
Every time you cried, Satoshi-kun protected you.
でもね、サトシ君の負担ってものを考えたことがある?
But have you ever even considered what kind of a burden you were to him?
サトシ君はね、あんたのヒーローでなければ不死身でもない。
He wasn't some superhero.
あんたと同じね。
He was just like you.
傷つけば血も流れ、痛めばうめく、全く同じ人間なの。
He was just a normal human being.
あんたの代わりに矢面に立ってくれたサトシ君の痛みを、あんたは理解していたの？
Have you even thought of what he had to go through because of you?
してない。
No, you didn't.
しようとさえしなかった。
You never even tried.
あんたはサトシ君に甘えてた。
You just let Satoshi-kun take care of you.
サトシ君に寄生していた。
You just leached off of him.
そうさ。サトシ君が傷ついて流すその血を舐めて、お前は生きてきたのさ。
And as he got injured for your sake, you lived by sucking his blood.
そんな呪われた身でありながら、この後に及んでまだサトシ君の名を呼ぶのか。
You are cursed. How can you still call for him? Huh?
あんたはその罪を今から償うのさ。
You are now going to pay for your sin.
私の手によってね。
With my help.
好きなだけ泣き叫べばいい。
Cry as much as you want. Scream as much as you want.
そしていくら泣いてもサトシ君が助けに来てくれないことを知るがいい。
And realize Satoshi-kun will never come for you.
そう。お前が追い詰めた。お前がいなくした。お前がサトシ君を殺してしまったんだ。
You cornered him. You made him disappear. You killed him. Ha! 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 After telling her all I'd been wanting to, I exhaled roughly.
どうしたよ。
What's this?
右腕はもう感覚がない。
You don't feel anything in your right arm anymore?
じゃあ左腕にするか。
Okay, let's use your left. I stabbed her left arm repeatedly, and her blood flowed out. But Satsuko's reactions weren't fun anymore. She didn't cry or scream like she did before. That put me in a bad mood, so I stabbed the back of her left hand and twisted the knife again. But Satsuko still just moaned. She didn't scream anymore.
どうしたの?
What's the matter?
叫ぶと私を喜ばすと思って。せめて悲鳴を絞って抵抗ってわけ。
Are you stifling your screams and protests, thinking that I was enjoying your cries?
そりゃいいや
That's great. Ah ha ha ha. Satsuko was unfazed by my mad laughter. She looked at me with gritted teeth and resignation.
ええ、私もそう思ってましたのよ。
Yes, I think that's the truth.
は
Huh?
私がニーニーを追い詰めたからいなくなってしまった。
I cornered Nini. That is why he disappeared.
ニーニーがいなくなったその日にもう気づいてましたのよ。
I've known that ever since the day he vanished.
私が甘えていた。
I wasn't strong enough.
ニーニーのすねをかじり続けてしまった。
I depended on Nini.
ニーニーも辛かったはずなのに、私はニーニーにすがることをやめられなかった。
I'm sure it was hard on him too, but I couldn't stop.
その点につきましては、あなたの言う通りですわ。
You are absolutely right about that.
弁解の余地なんてありませんでしたよ。
I have no excuse. Sekto didn't sound as if she was mocking me or trying to please me. She spoke so naturally.
ちょっと意外だね。
That's interesting.
あんたが自分の罪に自覚があったとはね。
I never realized you were aware of what you'd done.
ニーニーはきっと帰ってきてくれる。
Nini is coming back.
いつかきっと帰ってくるんですの。
He'll come back someday.
でもね、帰ってきたら私もう一人前になっているところを見せるんですのよ。
And when he does, I'm going to show him how independent I've become.
私もうニーニーに甘えない。
I don't need him anymore.
背中に隠れたりしない。
I won't hide behind him anymore.
しっかりした一人前になったことを教えてあげるんですの。
I'm going to show him that I really can live on my own. Ha!
帰ってきたらいいね。帰ってきたら。
When he comes back, huh? I stabbed Satoko's arm in a mad frenzy, but she still didn't even scream. She bit down tightly and swallowed her pain instead.
ニーニーはきっと帰ってきてくれますの。
Nini is coming back.
絶対に帰ってきてくれますの。
I know he is.
それまで待ってるんですのよ。
I'm waiting for him.
そしてニーニーに今まで甘えてきて本当にごめんなさいって謝るんですの。
And when he comes back, I will apologize for depending on him so much.
それまで負けるものか
So
負けるものか。
I won't give up until that day comes.
もう私は絶対にニーニーに甘えたりしないの。
I'll never depend on him again, ever.
どんな苦難にもニーニーの助けを呼ばない。
No matter what kind of hardships I have to endure, I won't ask him to help me.
呼ばない。泣かない。叫ばない。
I won't call for help. I won't cry. I won't scream.
泣いたらニーニーが来てしまう。
If I cry, Nini will come for me.
だから私は一人で耐えてみせるんですのよ。
So I'm going to endure this by myself.
上等抜かすな小娘が。
Damn you. What do you think you're saying?
私をいじめて楽しいならいくらでもお楽しみ遊ばせ。
If it is fun for you, go ahead. Stab me as much as you please.
でもね、それで私がニーニーに助けを求めたりするのを期待しているんでしたらお気の毒ですわね。
But if you think I'm going to cry for Nini, well, too bad. I mean, she technically already did. There's like a couple minutes ago, but...
私は泣かないんだから絶対に
I will not cry.
疑
Ever.
うなら好きなだけ試してみろ。
If you refuse to believe me, then try it.
ニーニーは見ててくれる。私が本当に我慢強くなって一人前になったことを見ててくれる。
Nini is watching me. He's watching me endure this.
私が泣き虫じゃなくなったことを見ていてくれる。
He will see that I'm not like I was before.
それをニーニーが見届けてくれたとき、きっとニーニーは帰ってきてくれるんですのよ。
And when he sees that, he's going to come back.
さあ、
でも試してみろ。
Come on, try it.
私は泣かない。涙も見せない。
I will not cry.
北条聡子がどれほどの強さを持つか試してみろ。
Try to see how strong Satoko Hojo is. Shit, shit, shit. I'll show her. Take that, and that, and a little bit of this, and a little bit of that.
いいね。見てますわよね。見ててくれますわよね。
Nini, you're watching me, right?
聡子はこんなにも我慢強くなったんですのよ。
I become so strong.
もう何が起こってもへこたれませんの。
This won't bring me down.
こんなこと
This is
この程度で
nothing.
こんなくらいで
This won't
私は泣かない。
make me cry.
助けを呼ばない。
I won't cry for your help.
耐えられる。
I can endure this.
耐えてみせる。
I'm going to endure this.
ニーニーが私に代わって傷ついてくれた痛みにはこんなのはるかに及ばないんだから。
This is nothing compared to what you had to go through for me. Shit, shit, shit. Why didn't she feel the pain? Doesn't it hurt? There's no way it doesn't. I've been stabbing her so much and the knife went in so deep. Her blood was poured to the ground and I've been turning her flesh inside out. How can she still talk that way? Why didn't she cry and scream? After Satoko said what she wanted to say, she shut her mouth. She didn't say a word after that. No matter how much I stabbed her, twisted the knife, tore at her, and ripped out her flesh, she didn't even make a sound. What in the world is this? This isn't the Satoko I know. Satoko was never as strong as this. If Satoko was this strong, she wouldn't have been a burden to Satoshi-kun. Why wasn't she as strong before? Why wasn't she as strong? Okay, it's too late. Everything is too late. This idiot's maturity came far too late. Her blood made my hand slippery and it dropped the knife. I was covered in blood from head to toe. Satoko was still enduring the pain. She was enduring this cruelty so she could display her strength. I couldn't defeat Satoko. I couldn't crush her strength. Satoko had achieved her goal. She had become independent, so she didn't need Satoshi-kun anymore. She still believes Satoshi-kun will come back one day. She looks forward to a day when she can show her brother how strong she had become. But Satoshi-kun hadn't seen any of that. Instead, I, who had never even thought that Satoshi-kun would come back, was the one who witnessed her strength. What was I thinking? I thought Satoshi-kun was dead. No, I assumed he was. Why did I? I never even thought of waiting for him. I didn't believe he would come back. I didn't wait. I tried to avenge him, but I guess what I really did was forget about him. Satoko is different. She never even thought he was dead. No, maybe she did a little. But even so, she waited. She waited for a day when she could show him how much she'd grown. She waited patiently. What about me? I didn't do anything. I wanted to forget about my sadness, so I tried to find my enemy. I became a demon, using revenge as an excuse, so that I didn't have to think like a human. I lost. I couldn't endure the pain of waiting for Satoshi-kun, so I chose to become a demon. In other words, I got rid of my soul, the soul that loved Satoshi-kun. In other words, I got rid of Satoshi-kun himself. Satoko won. She had been gritting her teeth before, her mouth had gone slack. Her eyelids were half shut, but I could see her eyes a little. It looked like she was dreaming about something happy. Satoshi-kun. Oh, I skipped. My bad. Satoshi-kun was there in her eyes. Satoko endured until Satoshi-kun came for her. Satoko ran up to Satoshi-kun. Oh, she jumped onto him. Satoshi-kun hugged her, and they spun around. You can cry now. Satoshi-kun told Satoko that, and she cried very hard. Satoshi-kun rubbed her head so gently. We'll be together forever, he said, and continued to rub her head so gently. So gently. Satoshi-kun, I was waiting for you too. What meaningless words. He was already dead inside of me. I never believed in our reunion. How pitiful of me to say that, just because I saw Satoko and Sachikun together again. As Sachikun hugged Satoko, his eyes met mine. Shion. Sachikun said, I asked you a favor. What favor? I tried to remember. What kind of favor did Sachikun ask me? Sachikun looked at me so sadly, because I couldn't remember. That sad look tore my heart to shreds. The blood flowing out from me wasn't as pretty as Satoko's blood. My blood was a slimy liquid like vomit with filthy chunks of food in it. That was what filled my body. Whether it's a real curse or somebody's conspiracy, I won't disappear, and I won't fall victim to it. You won't disappear? No. Not until I buy that teddy bear. I'll get the money pretty soon. I won't go anywhere until then. Huh? A memory of the past, but when? Ah, of course. This is a memory of the day before last year's Watanagashi. Sachikun called me on the phone then. My aunt is home. I have to go. Okay. Mion.
Nani?
Huh? His aunt was home, so I'm sure he wanted to hang up as quickly as possible. Sachikun paused and spoke. I'll leave. Satoko too. My knees and elbows started to shake. Oh boy, my teeth chattered, and my fingers were shivering. Sachikun asked me to. What have I done? I couldn't wait for Sachikun to come back, so I filled myself with evil thoughts and acted as I pleased. I didn't believe he'd ever return. I even forgot about Sachikun's last request. How can I say I love him? I just wanted to forget about my feelings of loss, so I made myself all bloody. How can I welcome him back now? I didn't believe Sachikun would come back. I didn't believe Sachikun was alive. I didn't think he was alive, so I thought he was dead. I believed in his death. I killed him in myself. Nobody else did. I did that. But Satoko believed until the very end, and she was rewarded in her final moments. Satoko wasn't here anymore. She had no more need for her bloody, painful shell. But I'm still here, trapped in my bloody, tainted flesh. I'm going to rot inside of it. Sachikun was waiting for both Satoko and me, but to be reunited with Sachikun, we had to keep our promises. Satoko's promise was to be strong. Satoko kept that promise until the bitter end, and Sachikun embraced her. My promise was to take care of Satoko for Sachikun. I never kept the promise from the beginning. Therefore, Sachikun will never embrace me. Even if I were to rub Satoko's wounds and ask her if they were hurt, that wouldn't mean anything. That was when I felt something behind me. It wasn't Sachikun or the thing that scared me before. I didn't know who it was, but it was right there, criticizing me for my mistakes. Then, I finally realized it. That thing is me. I'd always been there, standing behind myself and watching me break that promise. Sachikun asked me to take care of Satoko, yet I didn't keep that promise. I'd been watching that happen. I cried and gave up on myself. Wait, Sachikun gave up on me, and I gave up on myself. What'll happen to me now? I don't want to be in this darkness. I don't want to be all bloody. Please don't leave me. If I give up on myself, what will happen to my body? There will be nothing left. The only thing I'll have left in me is an evil demon. Ah, I get it. I've known it for a long time now. I am nothing but a demon. A demon doesn't feel sad. A demon's heart can never be in pain. A demon doesn't cry. Shion was still apologizing. She believed that was the only way for her to save Satoko. Her voice was growing hoarse and weak. Shion! You don't need to count anymore. Good job! I guess she realized what happened to Satoko. Shion cried in her cell.
鬼ってのも悪くないね。
Being a demon isn't that bad, huh?
人が泣いたり叫んだりするのを見るのがこんなにも楽しいものだなんて知らなかったよ。
I never knew how fun it would be to see other people cry and scream.
私も人の世ってやつを十分に楽しませてもらったからね。
I've already had plenty of fun in this human world.
そのうち自らの命を絶って鬼の国へ帰らせてもらうよ。
Maybe soon I'll kill myself and go back to hell.
でも安心しな。
But don't worry,
その前にちゃんとあんたは殺していく。
I'll make sure I kill you first.
あんたを殺すために今があるんだもの。私はそのためにいる。
That's why I'm here after all.
人を嘆かせて泣き声をすするのが私の鬼の優越だもんね。
Demons are pleased when they see people cry in grief, see?
そうだ。あんたはケイちゃんが好きだったね。
Wait, you like Ki-chan, don't you?
よし。あんたの前でケイちゃんを引き裂いてあげるよ。
Okay, I'll rip Ki-chan apart before your eyes.
これは極めつきだね。
What a great idea.
その後にあんたを殺し、私も殺そう。
I'll kill you and then myself after that.
そうさ。鬼ヶ淵村は鬼の村。
Onigafuchi Village is a village of demons.
かつて鬼ヶ淵より湧き出した鬼が村を襲った伝承のある村。
Demons came out from the swamp and attacked the village.
私もまた伝承の鬼たちのように猛威を振るい、そしてお社様の裁きを待とう。
I'm going to act like those legendary demons and wait for Oshiro-sama to judge me.
それでこそ、ひなみ沢村にふさわしい災禍と言えるだろうね。
That'll be a suitable disaster for Hinamizawa, don't you think? Whoosh.
あ、ケイちゃんですか？
Ki-chan?
私です。
It's me.
シオンです。
It's Shion.
電話なかなか出なかったんで、お留守かと思って切ろうとしてたんですよ。
I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Or you took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up.
ごめん。
Sorry.
ちょっとお風呂に入っててさ。
I was just in the bath.
それでもご家族の方が電話を取りませんか？
Wouldn't your family pick up for you?
ひょっとしてケイちゃんの家、今ご両親はお留守なんですか？
Could your parents be out right now, Ki-chan? And this is where he's so paranoid. He's like, oh no, I let her know that my parents aren't here. Because at this point in the story, from his perspective, isn't he very wary of who he thinks is Mion, but is Shion, but is now the reclaimed Mion, and he thinks that Mion is out to like get him. Well, he's at this point. He thinks a lot of people are out to get him at this point. His brain's just so paranoia pilled.
いや別に留守ってわけじゃ。そんなことより。
Well, no, they're not really. Anyway,
聞いたか？
have you heard
リカちゃんとサトコの件。
about Rika-chan and Satoko?
いいえ。
No.
結局あの後どうなったんですか？
What happened after that?
見つかったんですか？
Were they found?
あ
No,
見つからなかった。
I haven't found them yet.
ケイちゃん、どうか気を落とさないで。
Ki-chan, please don't lose hope.
リカちゃんとサトコはさらわれたんだよな。
Rika-chan and Satoko. They were kidnapped, weren't they?
はい、
Yes.
それは間違いないでしょうね。
I don't think there's much doubt.
リカちゃんとサトコは。いや、ごめん。
Rika-chan and Satoko were... no, I mean, I'm sorry.
村長さんはさらわれてどうなったと思う？
About the mayor, what do you think happened after he was kidnapped?
まだ生きてるんだろうか？
Do you think he's still alive? Keiji sounded confused. He wanted to believe Satoko and Rika were still alive, which was why he was asking. Keiji was just like Satoko. Unless the culprit was after money, the abductee wouldn't usually get killed right away. I never assumed they'd still be alive. But Keiji was trying to hold on to a little hope. I could feel his strength. It was much greater than mine. I'm a demon, so I didn't come up with an excuse.
殺されちゃったんだと思います。
I think he was killed.
お おいおい、そんなにあっさり。
Hey, wait, that was abrupt.
人間をさらってその状態を維持するのってとても大変なことだと思います。
I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are.
人質にするんでもない限り用が済んだら殺しちゃうのが一番合理的じゃないかと。
As long as they're not hostages, it'd be most practical to kill them once you were done with them.
殺しちゃうって、そんなにあっさり。
Kill them? So readily?
人の命を何だと思ってやがるんだ。
I mean, what's a human's life or two anyway?
恐ろしいことだとは思いますが、
It's a horrible thing, but
多分そうではないかと。
it's probably what happened.
村長が殺されたということは、
If the mayor was killed,
リカちゃんやサトコも同じように殺されたかもしれないということなのか。
then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko?
いや、そんなはずはどっかのじじいとはわけが違うぞ。
No, that couldn't. They weren't some random old man.
リカちゃんだぞ。
It was Rika-chan.
サトコだぞ。
It was Satoko.
そんなにあっさりと殺すはずは。
They couldn't kill them so easily. Kechi was still refusing to believe what I said. He fought so hard because he didn't want to kill his friends within him. I wasn't like that. I killed Sachi-kun within me so easily. I blamed Shion for not protecting Sachi-kun, but I killed him so easily.
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんも同じだと思った方がいいでしょうね。
It's probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Kechi roared. That's definitely how to describe that. And cried. It was like their deaths were physically agonizing to him. Why? Why? Why kidnap someone and then kill them? Screw curses. Are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this?
ええ、
You're right.
全くです。
You're absolutely right.
悪魔ですよね。
It would take a demon. Ha 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 ha. I laughed at myself. I was sure Kechi didn't notice. Hey, Shion. Please, tell me.
どうしてこのひなみ沢では綿流しの夜に人が死ななければならないことになってしまったんだ。
Why did Hinamas always start needing someone to die on the night of Wadanagashi?
それは私が知りたいです。
That's what I'd like to know.
もうダム計画との戦いは終わったんだぞ。
The fighting over the dam project is already over and done with.
なのにどうしてまだたたり足りないんだ。
Haven't enough people been cursed already?
どうしてだよ。どうして。
Why is it? Why?
理由があるなら言ってみろよ。
If there's a reason, then say it now.
ケイちゃんの気持ち、私もよくわかります。
I understand how you feel, Ki-chan. I really do.
ダム闘争はとっくの昔に終わったんです。
The dam conflict ended a long time ago.
なのに毎年、お社様のたたりという名の殺人と失踪が繰り返されている。
Yet, murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse.
なぜ？
Why?
どうしてなんですか？
Why is it happening?
全然関係ない人もいた。たたられるのに不相応な人だっていたのに、どうして？
Some of them had nothing to do with it, and some of them didn't deserve to be cursed, so why?
どうして？
Why?
それを俺が聞いてるんだ。
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
それを私だって知りたいんですよ。
I want to know that as much as anyone! Of course, the curse of Oyashiro-sama never existed. It was just a bizarre environment that allowed people to kill in the name of Oyashiro-sama. The environment, and nothing more. Nothing would have happened unless there were demons who danced within it.
いいですか？
Listen.
お社様のたたりなんて非現実的なものは初めから存在しません。
Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic.
ケイちゃんの言う通り、村の何者かがお社様のたたりというもっともらしい大義名分を利用して、
Just like you said, someone in the village is using the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse
綿流しのたびに殺しと失踪を繰り返しているんです。
as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearances every Wadanagashi.
奴らは狡猾でした。
They were cunning.
たたりを都合よく利用して、村の旧敵を毎年2人ずつ消し去るシステムを構築していったんです。
They've been using the curse as a convenient tool, It made a system where they would get rid of 2 enemies in the village every year.
そしてこのシステムで今年は高野さんたちが殺された。
And this year, a system killed Takano-san and Toмотake-san.
じゃあ2人で十分じゃねえかよ。
Then why wasn't that enough?
どうして村長やリカちゃんやサトコまで殺されなくちゃならないんだよ。
Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satsuko have to get killed too?
それに俺は過去のことは今さらどうでもいいんだ。
I don't give a shit about the past.
リカちゃんとサトコがなぜ殺されなくちゃならなかったのか、その一点にしか興味はないんだ。
The only thing I care about is why Rika-chan and Satsuko need to be killed.
どうしてなんだ。
Why is that?
サトコには打ち明けですらないんだぞ。
I didn't say a word to Satsuko, you know?
どうしてサトコまで。
Why even her?
どうしてなんだ。
Why? Sachikun was speaking through Kechi's mouth. How could I respond? I didn't know what to say. I could only feel myself being stabbed by the sharpness of those words.
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan,
もういじめないでください。
please, stop being mean.
私だって何が何だかわからないんです。
I don't have any idea what's going on either.
西宮殿に忍び込んだあの晩から全てが変わってしまった。
Everything changed when we went into the ritual storehouse at night.
あの晩、高野さんたちが死んだと聞き、耳を疑いました。
When I heard that Takano-san and Toмотake-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears.
そしてすぐに気づいたんです。
Then, I realized it instantly.
今度は自分が狙われる立場になったんだって。
I realized what sort of position I was in now.
忍び込んだのは私たち4人。
4 of us snuck in there.
私とケイちゃんだけが都合よく許してもらえるわけがない。
Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven.
そう思った時、それがどれだけ心細くて恐ろしいことだったか、ケイちゃんにはわかりますよね。
When I thought about that, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, Kei-chan, don't you?
だから私、君吉のおじいちゃんに打ち明けたんです。
That's why I confessed everything to Uncle Kimiyoshi.
君吉のおじいちゃん、
He
怒
was
らなかった。
he was a man.
そしてにっこり笑って、しおんちゃんがちゃんと反省してるなら鬼隠しになんかなるものかって。
He smiled and told me if I was really sorry I'd never be demoned away.
本当に笑いながら任せなさいって。
He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. I remembered Uncle Kimiyoshi speaking ill of Sachikun. I killed him, but everyone in Hinamazawa did that. I wasn't the only one at fault.
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだよ。
When did you let the mayor know? Huh?
ごめんな、シオン。
I'm sorry, Shion.
悲しい気持ちのところに追い打ちをかけるようで。
It must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but
シオンは打ち明けたんだよな。
Shion, you told him, right?
君吉のおじいちゃん、つまり村長に。
You told old man Kimiyoshi, the mayor?
はい。
Yes.
いつ
When
打ち明けたんだよ。
did you let him know?
え、
Kechi's tone was becoming sharper. That edge was cruel, but it was a sharp conviction. It wasn't a dull edge that caused excessive pain. It had a clean, pleasant sharpness to it.
村長さんは重い痔を患ってて、病院にかかっていたという話は知ってるか？
Did you know that the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and had gone to the hospital for treatment?
ケイちゃん、
Kei-chan,
それが何か。
what does that have to...
答えてくれ。
Please, answer me.
知らないなら知らないと答えればいい。
If you didn't know, then just say so.
痔だったのは知ってます。
I knew that. He had hemorrhoids.
座る時とか辛そうでしたから。
It looked like sitting down was really hard for him.
病院に通ってたんだ。
He was going to the hospital.
どこ この病院かは知ってるよな。
You know which hospital, right?
ごめんなさい。それはちょっと知りませんけど。
I'm sorry. I don't know that much, but
でもケイちゃん、それが一体何の？
Key-chan, what does that have to do with?
担当直入に聞きたいんだ。
I want to ask you straight.
シオンは
Shion,
いつ村長に打ち明けたんだ？
when did you tell the mayor about everything?
どこで？いつ？
When and where?
大雑把でいいから教えてほしいんだ。
You can give me a rough answer, but please give me one.
ケイちゃん、
Key-chan,
なんでそんなこと？
why are you asking that? Very good, Ketchum Eyebrow. You know who I am, don't you?
ありえないんだよ。
It was impossible.
村長が失踪した日、
The day the mayor disappeared.
朝から消えるまで
From dawn until he vanished.
シオンには接触できる機会はありえないんだ。
There was no opportunity for you to contact him.
そんな。
That's...
村長は朝一で誰にも内緒の大学病院へ一人で診察に出かけた。
The mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself, without telling anyone.
シオンは今この病院を知らないと言った。
Shion, you just said you don't know what hospital we went to.
だから帰ってくるまで村長と接触することはできないはずだ。
So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until he got back.
そうだろう。
Isn't that right?
帰りの電車が事故で遅れたので自宅に帰ってきたのは会合の始まる直前だった。
His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start.
つまり会合が始まるまでの時間にも打ち明ける時間的余裕はないんだ。
So there was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either.
シオンも一緒に会合に出たのか？
Shion, did you go to the meeting too?
そして会合の席上で打ち明けたのか？
Did you attend it and tell him there?
ここで打ち明けなきゃもう時間がないもんな。
If you didn't, then there wouldn't have been any time left.
会合が終わった後、村長は帰宅途中で失踪するんだから。
After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home.
実は会合にで。
Actually, with the meeting,
あの日、シオンが行くと言ったバイトすら、君は欠勤してるんだ。
You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day.
もっと端的に言おう。
I'll cut to the chase.
君は、俺と一緒に行った図書館以降、誰にも目撃されていない。
You haven't been seen since you were at we were at the library together.
ケイちゃん、
Key-chan, well...
その先シオンは
Shion Sonozaki.
綿流しの翌日に失踪したんだ。
Disappeared the day after Watanagashi. Bingo, Key-chan. I'm impressed.
大石さんは君がすでに失踪していると言っているんだ。
Now again, this is all the confusion because he's talking about the Shion he knows of the Shion. She is now being kind of like coy about it all. She's talking about the Shion that she thrusted the name Shion onto, of Mion that we knew as Mion, that Kechi knew as Mion. But he's thinking this is Mion acting as Shion, but it is Shion acting as if she's Mion. You know what I mean? Simple. Kechi says, Oishi-san says you've been missing.
でも、シオンはこうして毎晩俺に電話をかけてきてくれただろう。
Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you?
頼むシオン。
Please, Shion.
俺が言ったことが間違ってるなら、そうだと言ってくれ。
If something I said was wrong, please say so.
シオン、頼むから。
Shion, I'm begging you. Corner me even further. Corner me so the demon inside can't come up with excuses, so that it can't escape.
シオン、お前は村長に会ってなんかないんだ。
Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but
もし会ったとしたなら、
if you did see him, the only time I could possibly have seen him on that day was...
村長が会合を終えた後、すなわち失踪する直前、もしくは失踪してからしかありえないんだ。
Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared or else afterward. Oh boy. Oh boy. Click! I screeched and screeched with laughter, then slammed down the phone. Very good, Ki-chan. That's right, it's me. I'm the one. Hurry and corner me. Hurry, let me be free. Ah ha ha ha. Ah Was he going to tell the police, or was he going to come here by himself? I wondered which it would be. If the police came, I'd struggle as much as I was able to. Or as much as I was able. I'd see how good Oishi would be at catching a demon. If Ki-chan came here alone, that wouldn't be smart of him. He couldn't complain about being eaten by a demon then. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him gruesomely while Shion watches. Therefore, Ki-chan, you shouldn't hold back. I only ever thought you were just a funny guy. Never thought I could expect so much from you. Ah! Crazy, crazy, me and you. It took them a long time to come for me. I had to wait until the following morning. I opened the gate without checking who was ringing the doorbell. I didn't even care who it was. If it was the police, that'd be fine with me. If it was Ki-chan, could he defeat me? Kechi and Rina were there. So we know, back again with the other chapters, this is Kechi and Rina being used almost as bait by the police force. Police out there waiting. Again, will be interesting to see this all unfurl from Shion's perspective here. Kechi and Rina were there.
こんな時間に珍しいね。
Well, this is unusual.
二人とも学校は？
Aren't you two going to school?
学校は休んだよ。
We stayed home today.
ふん。ケイちゃんはともかく、レナも？
Ki-chan is one thing, but you too, Rina?
二人とも不良なんだからな。
You two are such troublemakers. I laughed.
立ち話もなんでしょ？
Well, let's not just stand here.
入りなよ。
Come on in. I didn't think Rina would come. I thought it'd be either the police or Ki-chan alone. I'll try tricking Ki-chan into coming with me to the underground storehouse. Rina, why don't you try to figure out what I'm attempting to do and stop me? You too, Ki-chan. If you figured out why I was Shion, why don't you try to figure out the rest? I'll act like a demon. I'll struggle until the very last moment. So don't hold back. Please don't hesitate to kill a filthy demon like me.
ミオン、
Mion,
まず謝ることがある。
first, I have something to apologize for.
ケイちゃんが？
You do?
何を？
What for?
綿流しの晩、
Well, on the night of Watanagashi,
俺は神社の祭具殿に入ったんだ。
the ritual storehouse behind the shrine. I went in there. I didn't expect this to start with an apology. Okay, so he admitted his sin of entering the ritual storehouse. I guess that was manly of him. I don't even care if the storehouse is forbidden anymore. Whatever. That rule came from those who believed it was even a sacred place at all.
ミオン、
Mion,
おとといリカちゃんとサトコを呼んだろ。
you called Rika-chan and Satoko the day before last, didn't you?
覚えはないけど。
I don't remember doing so.
そう思うに足る根拠があるなら聞かせてもらえる？
If you have a reason to think so, could you let me hear it?
夕方過ぎのお夕食前の時間、
It was evening, before dinner time.
リカちゃんが来たはずだよ。
Rika-chan should have come here,
お醤油の大瓶を持って
bringing a big bottle of soy sauce
お裾分けしてもらいに。
to have you share some with her. Rina spoke with confidence. She wasn't even trying to engage my reaction. She was simply telling me the truth. That cleverness was very pleasant to see.
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think that?
そんなに難しい話じゃない。
It's not hard to understand.
みーちゃんも見たでしょ？
Mi-chan, you saw it too, didn't you?
リカちゃんの部屋。
Rika-chan's room?
ん？
冷ややっこがあるのにお醤油がなかった。
There was chilled tofu, but no soy sauce.
そして流しの下にあるはずの醤油の大瓶も瓶ごとなかった。
Plus, the big bottle of soy sauce that should have been under the sink was nowhere to be found.
何それ？
What?
それが私のとこへ来る理由になるわけ？
Is that why she would have come here? Rina sure is sharp. I tried to beat around the bush, but she was confident in her conclusions. She was cornering me. She was doing such a great job, too. Really put me at ease. Okay, demon. Rina knows what she's talking about. What kind of excuse are you going to come up with now?
長くなるから説明は省くけど、冷蔵庫の中身がみーちゃんの呼び出した話の内容まで如実に物語っちゃってるの。
It's a long explanation, so I'll get to the point. Contents of that refrigerator provide a vivid account of what you said over the phone when you lured her out. There it is. This game is over. Rina, I was right about you. I don't like you. You really are just too sharp. Shion is so obtuse that she never ever recognized the side of you. Even recognized the side of you.
これは。
That's...
とんだ名探偵が身近にいたもんだよ。
I had no idea I had such an incredible detective right next to me the whole time.
まさか冷蔵庫の中身だけで電話の内容まで見破るとは。
I can't believe you'd figure out everything, down to the phone conversation, just from what was inside the fridge. Ah.
参ったな。
You got me there.
参った参った。
You got me. You got me. I laughed like crazy. I laughed because I was having so much fun. I sensed the poison inside my stomach dissipating, felt free and refreshed.
ミオン、
Mion,
警察はもうとっくにお前を疑ってるんだ。
the police have suspected you for a long time now.
この家も大石さんの部下が踏み込もうと今も様子を伺ってる。
Oishi-san's officers have been at the have had the house under observation so that they could break in at any time. Ki-chan was threatening me. He was telling me I couldn't run or resist, so I should just surrender and accept my fate. You aren't doing that intensely enough, Ki-chan. Shouldn't you grab my collar and knock me to the ground? Today is the day I'm prepared to die. After that, they went easy, because they just wanted to know the reason why Mion committed such crimes. You all are being too lenient about this. I'm a demon. I could be your angel or your devil. I'm a demon, I'm a murderer. Are you saying that if you can understand the reasoning, murder is okay? A demon is a demon. A murderer is a murderer. Whether their motive is to have fun, to live, or to take revenge, that makes no difference. Why do you even want to know that? Why don't you just tackle me and take me to the police? Look, there. The demon is trying to deceive you.
初めてご挨拶申し上げます。
It's a pleasure to meet you both.
園崎本家当主跡継ぎ
I am the successor of the Sonozaki family.
ミオンでございます。
Mion.
本日はようこそ園崎本家においでくださいました。
Welcome to the Sonozaki family's house today.
当主お寮に代わりまして皆様にご挨拶申し上げます。
I'd like to greet you on behalf of our leader, Oryu.
皆様におかれましてはいろいろお尋ねになりたいことがおありの様子。
You seem to want to ask various questions.
私にお話しできることでしたら包み隠さずお話ししたいと存じます。
I'd like to answer everything as clearly as possible. I then told them about the strange events that led to Onikafuchi Village becoming Hinamizawa, which Takano-san had told me about before. About half of it was the truth, but the other half was completely made up. I just made it sound like it was only natural that their best friend committed such a gruesome crime. Kechi and Rina were both overwhelmed by the history of Onikafuchi Village, which was swallowed by this gloomy fate. Oh well. I guess I made it sound interesting enough. I'm sure they enjoyed hearing me tell the story. But you know, I'm the one who committed the incidents that happened in the present time. What was the point in listening to those old folk tales? Are you thinking it will make your best friend's crime easier to swallow? You're just trying to satisfy yourselves. I'm a demon. I'm a murderer. I have sinned. These old folk tales have nothing to do with the crimes I've committed. The way those two listened to me so intensely almost made it fun. Told them that people used to take canned human meat and conduct gruesome research during the war. Those were things Takano-san told me. Hey, you two. Haven't you realized yet? Haven't you realized that what I'm talking about has nothing to do with what we're dealing with right now? You both look so serious. You two are such fools.
南沢村を再び鬼ヶ淵村のように崇められるに足る神聖な存在に
So that Hinamizawa Village might once more be like Onikafuchi Village. So we may again be a sacred existence worthy of worship.
それが我ら鬼ヶ淵村の末裔の悲願であり園崎本家の鬼を継ぐ者の宿命なのです
That's the mission of those who inherit the demon of the Sonozaki main family.
鬼を継ぐ者?
Those who inherit the demon?
我が園崎本家は代々当主の名に鬼の一字を加える習慣があるのです
For generations, the Sonozaki family has had a custom of including the character for demon in the names of its successors.
私の名前を手のひらにでも書いていただければ一目瞭然かと
If you write out my name on your hand, it should appear plain as day. Kechi tried to write Mion in his palm.
本当だ.
Oh, she's right.
鬼という文字が含まれてる.
The character for demon is in there.
名前だけではありませんよ
Not only in my name either.
この体にも鬼が刻まれているのです
The demon is engraved on my body as well. I stood up and made to show my bare back. Of course, I don't actually have a tattoo there.
いいよみーちゃん
It's okay, Mi-chan. Oh, that's a very interesting detail. So she was like almost playing chicken right there because like she knows she obviously doesn't have the tattoo, and here they say like, no, you don't have to show us. We basically we believe you, you know, kind of thing. But like if they didn't stop her, they would have been like, wait. That's interesting. It's okay, Mi-chan.
見せる必要なんて全然ない
You don't need to show us, okay?
ありがとう
Thank you. I laughed a little. They must really believe that I'm their best friend, Mion. My goodness. The demon has won already. They were doing so well at the beginning, too. I eventually sat back down after I finished telling my made-up tearjerker stories. It's your loss if you all shed any tears now. I looked at Kechi. He wasn't crying, but he was overcome by emotion. I looked at Rina. Surprisingly, she still maintained an aggressive look, showing me her will to fight.
でもみーちゃんはリカちゃんとサトコちゃんを
But
殺したんだよね
Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, you killed them, didn't you, Mi-chan? You're good, Rina. You know what I just told you isn't an excuse for murder. You usually act like such a goofball, but that's not how you really are. You sure are something. You're far sharper than Shion.
他の人のことは殺してもいいとも言わないよ
I'm not saying that it's okay if you killed other people.
でもとにかくみーちゃんは
Regardless, Mi-chan,
リカちゃんとサトコちゃんを
you
殺した
killed Rika-chan and Satoko-chan.
弁解はしないよ
I'm not trying to justify what I've done.
私には鬼が宿ってる
I have a demon inside of me.
名前にも体にも
The demon is in my name, in my body,
心にも
and also in my soul.
でも手を下したのは鬼じゃない
But the demon wasn't the one who killed them.
園崎ミオン
I did.
私本人
I did. Mion Sonozaki did.
ミオンが望んだからリカちゃんとサトコが死んだ
Rika-chan and Satoko died because Mion wanted them dead.
それは変わらない
That will never change.
レナの言う通りだよ。
You're right, Rina. Come on, Rina. Try to figure out who I really am. You still believe Shion, my victim, is the real culprit. Poor Shion. I'm making Rina believe that you're responsible. That was it for Rina, though. She couldn't figure out I was Mion.
自首しよう。
Please, turn yourself in. Rina spoke to Mion.
私たちも一緒に行くよ。
We'll go with you.
親友を一人きりになんか絶対にしない。
We'll never leave a friend by herself.
泣くことレナには勝てないわ。
Crying children and Rina are the only things I can't beat. Too bad, Rina. I've won.
自分で自分の罪、どのくらいになるかよくわかってる。
I'm well aware of how serious my own crimes are.
たとえ自首が認められても、多分もうここに帰ってくることもないと思う。
Even if they accept me turning myself in, I'll probably never be able to come back here.
だから、最後にわがままを聞いてほしいな。
So, I'd like you to hear one last selfish request.
何かな。
What is it?
30分でいいから、
30 minutes is fine.
ケイちゃんと二人きりにしてほしい。
Just let me have some time alone with Ki-chan. Kechi looks startled to suddenly hear his name. You're so insensitive, Kechi. That's what made my sister cry.
ケイチ君、
Kechi-kun,
どうかな。
is that okay with you?
ケイチ君が嫌なら無理にとは言えない。
If you don't want to, then I won't make you.
そうだね。
She's right.
嫌ならそれでもいいよ。
It's okay if you don't want to.
私は鬼だもの。
After all, I'm a demon.
ケイちゃんはよそから引っ越してきた正真正銘の人間。
And Ki-chan is a bona fide human who moved here from somewhere else.
相入れることなんて、お社様が実在して仲介してくれない限り
For us to
絶対にない。
be compatible, as long as Oyashiro-sama doesn't exist to meditate, simply isn't possible. Or mediate, not meditate. Mediate. I was like, meditate doesn't make sense. Mediate simply isn't possible. Also, earlier I was talking about how I was curious where this chapter, how far this chapter is going to go to. I would hope that, especially if we're in the whole from Shion's perspective thing, at the very least, I would hope we would get to see like exactly what happened there, like at Shion's like apartment place, you know, how that was like a whole thing. I mean, we're gonna see like what, like Shion go and stab Kechi in front of the house, in front of his house. Are we gonna see all that? I would think we would, right? Oh well. Kechi hesitated a little. Come on, Ki-chan, condemn me. Condemn me and tell me you'd never go. Sure.
いいぜ。
It's fine.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Fool.
私からもありがとうを言うよ。
I'd like to thank you too,
ケイチ君。
Kechi-kun. Rina stood up. Got big. As promised, she made to leave.
あ、いいよレナ。
It's fine, Rina.
ここで待っててくれれば。
You can wait right there.
ケイちゃんとは庭をぐるりと回りたいだけだから。
I just want to go around the garden with Ki-chan.
退屈だったら私の部屋へ行けばいい。漫画とか好きに読んでていいよ。
If you're bored, you can go to my room. You can read any manga you like.
あ、なんだったらお気に入りの単行本丸ごと持ってってもいい。
If there are any volumes you want, you might as well take them.
嫌だよ。
I don't want to.
みーちゃんの本はみーちゃんのものだもの。
Mi-chan's books belong to Mi-chan.
勝手にレナの家に持って帰れない。
Rina couldn't bring them back home with her so freely.
あんたはこんな時に限っていい子なんだから。
You're such a good kid, only at times like this. I took Rina's head and rubbed it like Satoshi-kun used to do to me.
じゃあ行こう。
Okay, let's go.
ケイちゃん。
Ki-chan. The game was over. Too bad, Rina. At least this was more fun than if Ki-chan came along alone. If he did, he could have asked me to run away with him after hearing my stories. Rina's eyes were like those of a judge. In those eyes, I sensed both affection and observance. I said 30 minutes, so she would probably only wait for 30 minutes. If I took even a second longer, she'd call Uishi. I'm a little disappointed. Rina still thinks I'm Mion. She didn't manage to see through me. I thought someone like her would see the demon in me. I guess I was wrong. Man, this feels like it just sets up. Like, we've had, obviously, catchy perspective stories. Now we had the one guy in chapter 4 that I can't remember the fucking whatever his name is. And now we have Shion. To me, this especially with this line, it makes me feel like we could get, like, it would make sense if we had a Rina perspective chapter. Especially because Rina seems so, of, like, the cast of characters, such an important figure in, like, just the story, you know? Like, it would be very simple for the Shion thing here to say, I thought someone like her would see the demon in me. I guess I was wrong in the line before, like, Rina still thinks I'm Mion. And then, like, in this scene, from, like, Rina's perspective, she's, like, not fucking stupid. And she knows that, like, this is Shion. Or what they used to know as Shion, you know? Again, I gotta make that clear. But, you know, something along those lines. I could totally see that being the case for, like, a chapter 6, 7, or 8. But I could also be very wrong. I have no idea how the rest of the chapters... See, it just... Especially with how we're seeing how this first Answers arc chapter go, and we're seeing so much revealed from Shion's perspective, there's no way in hell, like... And I say this, again, could be very wrong, but I do not see how they would be able to pull off another Shion chapter, like, in chapter 6. Like, from the perspective of Shion again wouldn't make much sense, right? How much more would there be to reveal and everything? I would assume it would make a lot more sense to me if each chapter here in the Answers arc, we get a different person's perspective that then sheds light on everything that we had seen prior. So to me, Arena chapter makes so much sense. I don't even know if we would be going back to Kechi, because we've seen his story unfold so many different ways, and again, hesitantly say, we've exhausted all the perspectives that he could see, right? I thought someone like her would see the demon in me. I guess I was wrong. Too bad. Kechi followed me after putting his shoes on. Can I hold your arm? Such a humble request. I don't mind. I took Kechi's arm. It was as warm as Satoshi-kun's. Felt a little bewildered. Do you get any kind of nervous with your arm through mine? You're not thinking, for example, that it suddenly put you in a world-class joint lock or anything? Question mark? You two say the same things. I don't think that. At all. He was remembering the time when I'd held his arm in town. I think Shion liked you, Ki-chan. I see. I told him how my sister felt. Shion was with Satoshi-kun for a long time, but what they had was friendship. They never had anything more than that. That was why she fell in love with Kechi. If I were in her position, I would also have fallen in love with him. If Shion was able to fall in love with him, then I could fall in love with him too. Kechi smiled gently. I almost saw Satoshi-kun in that smile. The Kechi I knew was worthless and superficial. I never realized he could smile like Satoshi-kun. Mion and Shion, you got along well, didn't you? Well, I wonder. Ki-chan, do you think your right hand and left hand get along? Huh? My right hand and left hand? I don't think you could describe them as getting along or not. That's how our relationship is. You can't measure it by how well we get along. We've been together since we were born. We've been living in this world as a pair. But I was Mion and she was Shion. Mion was treated specially, and I insisted on being her. Of course, that was unpleasant for Shion. Deciding to be fair, we switched places all the time. We were probably different from other identical twins. We didn't only like the same things or do things the same way. We even managed to share our knowledge and experiences. When we talked about our experiences, we could share them. As Mion and Shion, we shared everything. That was why each of us was both Mion and Shion at the same time. No, maybe Shion was the only one who thought that way. I was a little different than that. I was simply letting Shion be Mion once in a while. I was Mion, the successor to the Sonozaki family. I was supposed to be treated specially. I always thought that was my privilege. Just like everyone tried to distinguish between Mion and Shion, I also tried to distinguish between us.
例えば、利き腕というものがあるように、右手と左手には間違いなく優劣の違いがある。
For example, one of your hands is dominant, so there'll always be a better hand.
もしも鍋つかみが片方しかなかったら、迷うことなく利き腕にするでしょ？
If you only had one oven mitt, you would put it on your dominant hand without thinking, right?
そういう差はあったんじゃないかと思う。
I think maybe it was like that for us.
だからといって、左手がなくなったっていいなんて思う人は誰もいないはず。
That doesn't mean, though, that anyone would be okay with losing their left hand.
そんな、よくわからない関係だね。
It's that kind of unexplainable relationship.
それは近くにいすぎるから見えなくなっているだけで。
I think that maybe you live too close together and just stop being able to see it, but
きっととても仲のいいことなんだと思う。
I think that means you get along really well.
俺は一人っ子だから、祭りの前日。
I'm an only child, so the day before the festival,
ミオンとシオンが二人してじゃれ合っているの、すごく羨ましいと思った。
I was really jealous of when you and Shion were messing around with each other.
ないものねだりじゃないの？
I think you're jealous of something that doesn't exist.
双子なんて、昔は人をからかったりしてそこそこに面白かったけど。
Yes, we twins used to have a lot of fun trading places with each other.
こうして互いがはっきりと異なる個性を持った今では、かえって邪魔なだけ。
But now that we had such distinctly different personalities, our resemblance only gets in the way. As an older sister, I felt I was mean for thinking that way, so as punishment, I became Shion. Who am I? I never had a solid identity in the first place. I was Mion. Then I was Shion. I should have just accepted that. But something has changed. I don't even know if I'm Mion or Shion anymore. Had I really been stupid enough to hope that Rina would figure that out for me?
シオンはまだ生きてる。
Shion is still alive.
本当か？
Really? Kechi looked into my eyes. I nodded quietly.
うん。
Yeah.
誰よりもむごたらしい死に方をさせてやろうとずっと考えて閉じ込めておいたけど。
I've been thinking to give her the most horrible death of all, so I kept her locked up.
今日までその方法はとうとう思いつかなかった。
I never did think of a good way to do it, though. This was a lie. I've already come up with ideas, and I've already begun to execute them. I dumped the hag into the well in front of Shion. I dumped Kimiyoshi and Rika in there. I even killed Satoko too. And right now, I'm plotting to kill Kechi, who Shion fell in love with. I am a demon. Any such gruesome act is simply pleasure to me. That's when I felt a warm hand rubbing my head. It wasn't Sachiko's hand, but Kechi's. Kechi and Sachiko are totally different. Why did Shion fall in love with him? His rough hand didn't make me happy. That he understood my feelings was just my imagination. I wasn't happy, and it didn't feel good. It didn't.
来て。
Come with me.
私の罪のすべてを見てほしいから。
I want you to see all of my sins.
でもそれはケイちゃんにとってこの上なく辛い光景かもしれない。
Although, Ki-chan, it might be the worst thing you've ever seen. I'm going to commit my final crime. I'm going to let you see it. I'm going to let Shion see it. When I do, are you still going to think I'm your best friend? Poor Shion. Ki-chan is going to die thinking it's you who's killing him.
引き返すなら今だよ。
If you want to turn back, now's your chance.
ケイちゃんの中の園崎ミオンがどんな人かは知らないけれど、
I don't know what impression you have of Mion Sonozaki, but
中に入ればそのミオンはきっと
it'll surely change once you go inside.
変わらない。
It'll never change.
何度だって言う。
I'll say it as many times as I need to.
園崎ミオンは俺の最高の親友だ。
Mion Sonozaki is the best friend I could ever have. You are such a fool. You don't sound cool at all. I don't understand human feelings because I'm now a demon, but I think I can understand why she loves you. I opened the iron door to the underground storehouse and beckoned Kechi inside. Come on, Kechi. This is obviously a trap, don't you see? This basement is transparently suspicious. Don't you think you should run to the police? That's what I was saying back in the day. Back during this time, the first time we saw the scene. But Kechi was reckless. He swallowed, then stepped inside. Ha. You really are a fool. We went down the stairs to the basement, and I led him into the torture room. Everyone is shocked the first time visiting this room. I used to be that way. Of course, Kechi looked surprised too. But he was trying not to show it. Obviously, he wanted to express his shock at seeing this horrifying room. But he also knew that if he voiced that shock, then he'd be rejecting his best friend who was trying to confess her sins to him. So he did everything he could to stifle his surprise.
大昔の当主の書き物によるとね、
According to something a family head from a long time ago wrote,
血のしぶきってのは犠牲者に負担をかけない割にはインパクトがあるんだってさ。
blood splatter has impact, despite the fact that doesn't tax the sacrifice.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだったから、
Watanagashi was meant as a deterrent after all.
私のご先祖様たちは様々なショーを考案してたんだよ。
My ancestors thought up all different kinds of showy torture.
ほら、そこが鑑賞席なんだよ。
That's a space for the audience.
綿流しは見せしめのショーだから、
Watanagashi is a deterrent after all.
客がいなきゃ意味がない。
It wouldn't make sense if there were no guests. Kechi smiled quietly as he listened to me. No matter what cruelty came out of my mouth, he would embrace me. Was this really the superficial Kechi Maibara I knew?
みんなここで私が殺した。
Right here is where I killed everyone.
見てくれている観客はいなかったけど、私は綿流しを上手にやってみせた。
There were no spectators to watch me, but I held a Watanagashi of my own.
いや、観客は一人だけいたかな。
Well, perhaps there was one spectator.
え？
Huh?
観客？
A spectator.
私
Me.
私という鬼がミオンの執り行う綿流しをずっと見てたから。
I, the demon, was watching the entire time Mion held the ceremony. I started to laugh. How many hints do you need, Kechi? When are you going to figure out I'm not really your best friend? Come on, hurry up. You're running out of time. The game is almost over. This was a game. This was a game of murder. I had killed people, using my revenge for Satoshi-kun as an excuse. The demon was trying to capture Kechi and kill him before Mion's eyes. But Kechi had a chance. If he figured out I wasn't his best friend, then he'd win. If not, he was out. When did I come up with that rule? Guess it was sometime today. Or did I come up with it just a minute ago? Since the two of them aren't too bright, I decided to be easy on them, I guess. You and Mion's best friends, right? You are Mion's best friends, right? Don't you believe in her? Have you already made Mion into a murderer within yourselves? Why don't you try to protect the Mion within you? Why don't you try to believe your friend can't be a murderer? If you could believe until the very end, like Satoko did, you would have realized I wasn't Mion, your best friend, but just someone who looks like her. But if you can't, if you still believe that I'm Mion, then you're just like me. I killed the Satoshi-kun within me so easily, and you will do the same. You don't deserve to live.
向こうが牢屋。
Back there is a prison.
シオンはそこにいるのか？
Is Shion there? You're not going to make it. Once you reach Shion's cell, your time is up. The demon will win.
シオン！
Shion!
シオンか！
Is that Shion?
ケイちゃん。
Ki-chan.
ケイちゃんなの？
Is that you, Ki-chan? Keshi ran out to the cell.
大
Ran
丈
to
夫
the
か？
cell.
シオン！
Are you alright, Shion?
怪我はしていないのか？
Are you hurt? No, 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 no. Shion screamed. I was standing right behind Kechi. It was time. My preparations to kill the boy she loved were complete. For her, this was going to be the worst possible torture.
落ち着けシオン。
Calm down, Shion.
もう全部終わったんだ。
Everything is over now.
全部。
Everything. Kechi tried to quell Shion's distress by talking to her in a calm voice. It was such a funny sight. Kechi was the only one who had no idea what was going on.
シオン、
Shion,
ご機嫌はいかがだった？
how have you been? No more, please. No more. I don't want to see anyone else die. If you hate me, then just kill me already. I'm the one you hate most, right? Kill me right now. Sis.
落ち着けってシオン。
Calm down, Shion.
もう終わったんだよ。
It's all over now.
大丈夫なんだ。
It's going to be alright.
だから落ち着け。
So calm down.
安心しなよ。
Relax.
あんたは殺さない。
I won't kill you.
まだまだ殺さないんだから。
No, I won't kill you just yet. It's game over. I gave you enough chances. You cornered me quite well once. But that was it. You couldn't figure out that I'm not your best friend, Mion. You couldn't believe that Mion isn't a murderer. Please stop. Don't kill Kichan! Kichan has nothing to do with this, does he? Brutal. If you're going to kill someone, then kill me right now. I don't want anyone else to die. I can't scream like that. Ah ha 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 ha.
そんなに死にたければこの男を殺した後にゆっくりとひき肉にしてやるよ。
If you want to die that badly, then after I've killed this man, I'll take my time making mincemeat out of you.
古式にのっとり獅子の先端から少しずつ。
In accordance with the ancient rites, I'll do it slowly, starting with your extremities.
ガリゴリと削ってミンチにしてやる。
I'll shave you down and mince you to bits.
あの肉引き器はあんたのために取っておいてあるんだからね。
I had that mincing machine set up specifically for you after all.
それともそれでケイちゃんをミンチにしてみせた方があんたには面白いかな。
Or would it be funnier if I were to mince up Kichan in front of you?
おい、いい加減にしろ。
Hey, quit it already.
今さら怖がらせてどうするんだよ。
What do you have to gain by scaring her at this point? No! Kichan, run away! Here you are, demon. Go ahead and take my soul. I've been living my life to avenge Satoshi-kun, but that wasn't what he wanted from me. That was just for my own satisfaction. I couldn't even face Satoshi-kun, so bring this to an end in the way I want. The world became a total mess. Satoshi-kun hates me, and I hate myself too. I'm going to complete my revenge. I don't want anyone to sympathize with me. I won't pretend to be some tragic heroine either. I'm going to become a murderer that nobody could sympathize with. So please, grant a suitable final moment to me. A bluish-white flash filled the huge cave. Kechi fell down like a doll. Shion reached out to him from the other side of the bars. She screamed at me not to kill Kechi. Go ahead, cry and blame me. Don't ever think of offering your forgiveness. I am the most rotten existence in this world. So please, grant me the worst possible ending. Shion begged me desperately to let Kechi go. I simply abused her, slandered her, and disgraced her. The more Shion suffered, the deeper I'd fall into hell. It wasn't enough. It wasn't even close to deep enough. It wasn't deep enough to compensate for my sins. I dragged Kechi to the table that I tried to put Satoko on and restrained him there. Kechi began to move sluggishly. The stun gun must not have worked too well on him. Can you hear it, Shion? I'm going to get started now. Savor Kichan's fresh screams to your heart's content. Oh, fuck. We have a choice. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. At that time, I became aware of Ketchy's gaze, and then I turned around to face Ketchy. Oh, boy. I mean, this one's not as clear as the other choice. Remember the other choice? Last time we had, like, a choice thing? Sorry, I'm sneezing. I muted myself. I might sneeze again. Excuse me. At that time, I became aware of Ketchy's gaze. At that time, I became aware of Ketchy's gaze. And then I turned around to face Ketchy. Fuck it. We're gonna probably end up wanting to see both results, right? I would guess that the better route result would be the top one. At that time, I became aware of the gaze. I would assume, maybe probably incorrectly, but for some reason that feels more correct to me. So for that reason, I'm going to pick the second option, assuming that this is the wrong one, and we'll see the wrong option first, and then go the correct route. If we pick the correct route, we'll just go all the way through it, and then we'll come back, we'll load this and see what happens with the other thing. Does that sound fair? We get to see both. I'm trying to pick the worst option though first. I created a save point. We should be set fine. Nothing bad can happen, right? Give it a fucking rest. Ketchy squeezed out those words. He sounded good. Like he was about to bite me. Awake at last, are we? I lied before, you know.
シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。
Sorry, I lied before, you know, about having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet.
あれが嘘。
That was a lie. I smiled as I laid out the huge nails and hammers specifically made for the nail table.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。
I'll let her hear the screams of all those people that died because of her, and after they've soaked into her very soul, then I'll kill her.
なかなかセンスいいでしょ。
I've got pretty good taste, huh?
お前は
Who?
誰だ
Are you?
は
Huh?
ミオンでしょ。
I'm Mion.
園崎ミオン。
Mion Sonozaki.
恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった。
Have you lost your mind from fear?
違うな。
No, you're not.
お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
There's no way you could be Mion Sonozaki. I stopped moving. Key-chan. Shit. I decided the naming game would be over once you reached Yon's cell. Therefore, even if you guessed this time, it would be too late. Oh well. Sure. I'll listen to you. This is your last chance.
へえ。
I see.
じゃあ、私がミオンじゃなかったら、私は誰なわけ？
Then if I'm not Mion, who am I? Come on, Key-chan. Guess who I am. Why don't you try and save Mion, the girl who fell in love with you?
鬼だ。
A demon.
え？
Huh?
お前はミオンじゃない。
You're not Mion.
さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
Mion was just here. Give her back.
ケイちゃん、本当に頭は大丈夫？
Ki-chan, is your brain really doing okay?
恐怖で頭がどうかなっちゃった？
You're not going crazy with fear?
触るな。
Don't touch me,
この鬼め。
you damn demon.
返せ。
Give her back.
ミオンを返せよ。
Give Mion back.
俺の最高の友人だった。ミオンを返せ。
My best friend, give Mion back. I listened to him with a blank expression.
ミオンを目の前にしてミオンを返すなどと、お前事であることは分かってる。
I know it's nonsense to demand Mion's return when she's right in front of me.
でも
But
目の前の今のこいつは断じてミオンではありえない。
this person in front of me can't possibly be Mion.
認めるわけにはいかないんだ。
I can't accept that. Aha. That's great, huh? So I'm not Mion or Shion. He doesn't even see me as my sister. No, wait, that's not it. Keshi protected the Mion in his heart until the end. He didn't accept the fact that Mion was a murderer. And not just that, either. He protected the Shion in his heart as well. He didn't conclude that if Mion wasn't a murderer, then it must have been Shion. To Kechi, Shion was someone who always made fun of Mion. But that was it. It wasn't like they'd know each other for a long time. But Kechi protected her. He protected Shion from being a murderer. That's why I'm a demon and not Mion or Shion, huh? A demon, huh? A demon. That's stupid. I get to laugh a bunch. But isn't that just right on the money? Ki-chan, are you trying to drown me in my own tears? However, Kechi didn't back off. He kept screaming. He screamed loudly so that I could hear his voice even when I was stuck inside of a demon. You can do it, Mion! Don't lose this piece of shit demon! You're strong! Show me how strong you are! What? Laugh, 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 laugh. Shirley isn't talking to me knowing that I'm the real Mion, right? He's just confusing us again. So there's no reason to let my heart be disturbed by Kechi's screams toward Mion. Come on, Mion! Mion! Why? Did you lose to a demon like this? You're not that weak, are you? Don't give up. Fight. Fight! He's right. I didn't fight back. How did he know? How did he know I hadn't fight? How did he know I didn't fight back? I lost to the demon. After all, I'm weak. I'm not strong enough to defeat the demon. Even so, Kechi continued to talk to Mion. His voice had become hoarse, and he had begun sobbing. He kept mumbling, Mion, Mion.
Kei-chan?
Kei-chan?
メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど。
This may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you.
どうしても知りたがっているようだから、一つだけ教えてあげるよ。
But you really seem to want to know, so I'll tell you just one thing.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前。
A long time ago, the demon came to live inside me.
その鬼は私を蝕み、強行に駆り立てようとした。
It was gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but...
だけれど、私はそれを理性で抑えつけた。
suppressed it with my reason.
鬼はそれで収まり、私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた。
The demon had become quiet, and I got to thinking it had gone away somewhere.
でも、本当は違った。
As it turned out, I was wrong.
私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく、私の中で眠っていただけだったの。
It hadn't left. It was just sleeping inside me. That was the truth. When I learned about Sachiko-kun's disappearance, my weak soul couldn't take the sadness, and anger filled me to the brim. But the insanity had stopped there. Time had healed me and embraced me with memories of Sachiko-kun.
その鬼は、ある小さなことをきっかけに、また目覚めてしまった。
The demon woke up again due to a certain small opportunity.
それは、何に原因があったと思う？
What do you think that opportunity was? It was such a little thing.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど。
This might be strange for me, a demon, to say, but
あんたが全てを狂わせてしまった元凶。
you're the reason that everything got so messed up. A tear rolled down my cheek.
あの時、
At the time,
あんたがもらった人形を躊躇なく私に渡していたなら、
if you had given me that doll you got without hesitation,
全ては狂い出さなかったかもしれない。
maybe everything wouldn't have gotten so twisted.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。
You probably can't understand.
理解できなくて当然。
I wouldn't expect you to.
だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて収拾がつかなくなってしまった。
But, you see, sorts of things started falling over like dominoes after that. And soon it was too much for me to control.
はじめの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど。
It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of knocking over the first one, since it was so small.
あなたが元凶な。
But you're the one who set them up. Ki-chan hadn't done something so insensitive, Shion wouldn't have cried. Shion cried and talked to me about it. That it reminded me of Sachiko-kun. I became jealous of her for having someone she loved so close to her. It's such a weird, I mean, not a weird reveal, but see, when we're the reader and through Ketchi's perspective, he's like, oh, when he's being told this originally back then, he was like, oh, if I would have given her the doll, she wouldn't have freaked out and then started, you know, going on this whole murdering spree. But that's not what this Shion/Mion is saying. She's saying, if you weren't so insensitive, then she wouldn't have came to cry to me. There's the hidden context that obviously Ketchi is not aware of, where they came together. She then was reminded of Satoshi, and then that set off the whole thing. We were missing a few steps of the dominoes the first time we were explained this. Oh, it's just so much. It's just so much. It's just so much. I became jealous of her for having someone she loved so close to her. It was a very small jealousy, but that little feeling woke up the demon who was sleeping deep inside of me. After that, I just let the demon take over. The demon ate up all the sadness from my loss of Sachiko-kun and filled my heart with the notion of revenge, even though I knew that wouldn't make Sachiko-kun happy. Then, the scary incidents that followed dragged me to hell, from whence there was no escape.
そんな嘘だろ。
That can't be, can it?
自覚がないのは
Be,
当
can
然。
it? Yeah. It only makes sense that you wouldn't be aware of it.
でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。
Even so, Ki-chan, you are without a doubt the cause. You are without a doubt the cause.
あの時あんたがさりげなく人形を私にあげていたら多分こんなことにはならなかったと。
If you had nonchalantly given me the doll that day, then I don't think this would have happened. Was I simply transferring the blame to Ketchi? Such a tiny thing woke up the demon inside of me. The demon would have woken up eventually. I was at fault. I didn't fight back. I let the demon live in my soul, and I let the demon possess me. Ketchi didn't hide his tears. They were pouring down his cheeks. Maybe he was crying in my place since I'd become a demon and couldn't cry of my own will.
じゃあそろそろいい？
Can I start now then?
この拷問はね、とってもシンプル。
This method of torture is very simple.
左手の小指の先端の節に釘を打つ。
Oh god, not the explanation of this again. I'll nail one of these into the first joint of your left pinky finger.
順に親指まで打ったらまた小指に戻って、今度は真ん中の節に釘を打つ。
Then, I'll nail each one in order until I get to your thumb. And then I'll go back to your pinky and nail one into the joint in the middle.
この調子で15本の釘で左手を打ちつける。
So on and so on until I hammer 15 nails into your left hand.
それが終わったら次は右手。
When that's over with, I'll do your right hand next.
それが終わったら次は、 ま
After
だ意識があったら教えるね。
long pause there. After that, if you're still conscious, I'll tell you.
指先ってたくさんの神経が集まってるから、ケイちゃんが想像するよりもはるかに痛いよ。
There are a lot of nerves bundled in your there are a lot of nerves bundled in your fingertips, so it hurts far more than you could imagine.
両手30本を打ち終える前に失神しちゃう人もいるそうだから。
Some people apparently pass out before you finish hammering 30 nails into their hands, so I put a nail to Ketchy's left pinky. Once I hit it with the huge hammer, it would start, and it would be over.
他の人を拷問するときには何のためらいもなかったけど、
I didn't hesitate at all when I was torturing the others,
なぜかあんたにはためらいがある。
but somehow I do when it's you.
それでミオンの鬼が収まるなら
If this will satisfy your demon, Mion.
気の済むようにやってくれ。
If it'll sate the demon, then do to me what you will. I didn't understand what he just said, so tried to repeat his words in my head.
あんた本気で言ってるの？
Are you serious?
俺が傷つけたミオンの痛みに比べればこんなの大したことないんだろ。
Compared to how much I hurt Mion, this is nothing, right?
気の済むようにするといい。
Do as much as you want.
その代わり2つ約束しろ。
In exchange, promise me 2 things.
俺を気が済むまで痛めつけたら
After
シオンは許してやれ。
you're satisfied with causing me pain, forgive Shion.
サイグデンに忍び込んだ罪にはそれで十分見合う仕打ちをしたはずだ。
She's been punished enough to make up for her crime of sneaking in the storehouse, hasn't she?
あんた
Hasn't she? Question mark, I mean.
この後に及んで自分よりシオンの心配ができるわけ？
You? After all this, you still care about Shion more than yourself? I am Mion. Mion Sonozaki. So why are my eyes growing so damp when hearing Ketchy show concern for Shion?
もう一つは
The other thing.
気が済んだらもうお前は消えろ。
Is that when you've had your fill, you disappear.
その体をミオンに返してやってくれ。
Give that body back to Mion.
それだけだ。
That's all. You know, oh, I guess this is just, yeah, you know, you're.
あんたって人には命乞いをするとかそういう考えは思い浮かばないの？
Are you not even considering possibly begging for your life or anything?
約束2つじゃなくて3つにしていいか？
Can I ask you to promise 3 things instead of 2?
3つ目は俺を殺すなにしてくれ。
The third is to leave me alive.
最初に2つって言ったでしょ？
You said 2 in the beginning, didn't you?
だからもうダメ。
So you can't have any more.
そいつは残念。
That's a shame. Even in this situation, Ketchy and I joked around and laughed. Ah, then I knew. I knew why Shion fell in love with him. He's different from Sachi-kun, but he's a good guy.
多分私は約束を守らないよ。
I probably won't keep these promises. Understand?
鬼だから。
I'm a demon after all.
その時は仕方がないさ。
I guess there's nothing I can do then. Ketchy smiled and then closed his eyes.
ケイちゃん、
Did I pick the right choice by any chance? I must have. I don't know, I feel like I would have lost. I would have gotten a dead end if I picked the wrong thing. Shion says, Ki-chan.
今の3つ目の願いだけは聞いてもいいよ。
I'll agree to just the third thing, okay? Huh?
1つ目の願い、
Your first wish.
シオンを救うこと。
To save Shion?
これはもう無理。
It's not possible.
シオンは鬼が殺してしまう。
The demon will kill her.
それはもう決められたことだから止められない。
It's already been decided, so I can't stop it.
だから諦めて。
So please give up on that. I stroked Kechi's chin.
そして2つ目の願い、
As for your second wish,
この体をミオンに返すこと。
to give this body back to Mion,
これももう無理。
that won't happen either.
今日を境にミオンが戻ってくることはもうない。
After today, Mion will never come back.
今日以降、もし私の姿があったとしても、それは姿だけ。
From today on, even if my body remains, it will be just a shell.
私の姿をした鬼だから。
Because the demon has taken it over.
そんなことはない。
That isn't true.
ミオンはミオンだ。
Mion is... Mion!
もう戻ってこないなんて悲しいことを言うな。
Don't say such sad things. Like that she won't ever come back.
聞こえる？
Can you hear it?
あの音。
That sound. I've been hearing a noise. I knew what it had to be. Bang. Bang. A dull sound was repeating in a regular rhythm. It was accompanied by a light tremor. People were trying to force open the iron door to the underground storehouse.
帰りが遅いから、レナが大石を呼んだんでしょ。
You're late. Serena probably called Oishi.
あのぼやっとした感じの子が、こんなに頭が回るのだけは計算外だったな。
That spaced out girl being so quick thinking was the one thing I didn't anticipate.
それについては同感だよ。
I'll agree with you there. Really? I wonder how much Ki-chan really knows about Rina. Rina Ryogu. Rina Ragu sauce. I won this time. Rina couldn't figure out who I was until the end. Or maybe she did. Rina didn't seem confused about whether I was Mion or Shion. Perhaps Rina could tell Mion and Shion apart through her sense of smell. She was good at that kind of thing. No way. I'm overestimating her. Bah. I brought out my stun gun so Kechi could see the sparks.
見たことないでしょ？
You've probably never seen one before, right?
本物のスタンガンだよ。
It's a real stun gun.
かなり出力が上げられるようになってるけどね。
It's illegally modified and its power has been increased quite a bit.
さっき俺に食らわせたのはそれか。
Was that what you hit me with before?
子供のおもちゃには向かねえぞ。
That's not a toy children should be playing with, you know?
そうだね。
You're right. Bang! I was think of... they must have broken the first door. The path was complicated, but there was no other door except for the one to this torture room.
殺さないけど、しばらくケイちゃんにはお休みしててもらうね。
I won't kill you, but I will have to go to sleep. You will, but I will have you go to sleep for a bit, Ki-chan.
すぐに大石が来てくれるから。
Oishi will be here soon.
ちょっとの我慢。
This will only hurt a bit. Kechi bit down, smiled bitterly. I paused, hesitating a little. Kechi opened his eyes to see what was wrong.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry
ミオンを怪我して。
for disgracing Mion.
ここに入る前に約束した。
I made a promise before coming in here.
何があっても俺の中のミオンは変わらない。
Whatever happens, the Mion inside my heart won't change.
でも忘れて。
Look, forget about that.
今日以降、もしも私を見かけても、近寄らないでね。
If you ever see me after today, don't come near me.
それは、私の屍に取り付いた鬼なんだから。
By then, it'll be the demon that inherited my corpse. Bzzz. Kechi fell unconscious. I locked the door to the torture room. I locked the door to the huge cave, too. That should give me some time.
シオン、
Shion,
さあ出ておいで。
come on out. I opened the cell and told Shion to leave it. She was crying.
あんたがケイちゃんを見逃してほしいと祈ったから、お姉はちゃんと約束を守ったよ。
You asked me to let Kichan go, so I did.
ケイちゃんはスタンガンで伸びてるだけ。
He's out cold because of the stun gun.
もうすぐ警官隊が来るから解放されるよ。
The police should be here soon, so they'll set him free.
ありがとう。ありがとう。
Thank you. Thank you.
でも、シオンにはまだ用がある。
You still have something more to do.
ここから脱出するの。
Shion has to escape from here. I took Shion to the cell with the hidden passage.
その前にシオン、
Before that,
あんたにミオンを返すわ。
I'll give Mion back to you. Huh?
脱げ、その服。
Take those clothes off.
交換だよ、また。
We're switching again.
ほら、髪のゴムバンド。
Here, rubber band for your hair. Shion had no idea what was going on, but she changed her clothes as I ordered her to. I should have like in the corner, like a picture of just like who currently possesses the name of Mion and Shion. Have like an original body drawing and then another original Mion Shion, label them, and then see how often it like passes over, just so everyone, just to make sure. Not me, of course. I'm not confused. I know everything. But for the viewing audience, you know. Shion had no idea what was going on, but she changed her clothes as I ordered her to. I gave her the flashlight and she hung it around her neck.
あんたから先にどうぞ。
You go first.
井戸の底にあるとかいう隠し通路を探すの。
Find the hidden escape route at the bottom of the well. A light from the flashlight wasn't enough to entirely illuminate the way down. Nobody in their right mind would want to descend that well. But Shion obeyed and timidly climbed down the ladder. When she had passed entirely below the rim of the well, I brought out my stun gun and put it to Shion's head. Shion understood the meaning of that. Wait, when Shion obeyed and timidly climbed down the ladder. When she had passed entirely below the rim of the well, I brought out my stun gun and put it to her head. Oh boy, Shion understood the meaning of that.
お姉ちゃん。
Sis?
あんたの望み通り、ケイちゃんは救った。
I didn't kill Kichan, just as you wanted.
代わりにあんたを殺してもいいってことだったもんね。
You told me I could kill you instead, didn't you?
お姉はちゃんと約束は守るよ。
I'm going to keep our promise. Shion's hands and feet were clinging to a very unstable ladder, so there was no way she could protect herself. She was in a critical situation.
ミオンの格好をしたあんたは、ここから落ちておだぶつ。
You, who looks like Mion, need to fall into the bottom of the well and die.
私はシオンの格好だからね。
I look like Shion.
ケイちゃんが被害者だと立証してくれるよ。
Kichan will testify that I'm the victim.
私は岩牢の中で警官隊の助けを待つ。
I'll wait in the cell for the police to get here.
まあ、指紋なんかでバレるだろうけどさ。
I'm sure they'll eventually find out the truth from our fingerprints.
その頃にはどこかへ身を隠してるってわけ。
But by the time they get that far, I'll be hiding somewhere else.
お姉もなかなかやるでしょ？
Pretty good, huh?
私を殺すとサトシの復讐になる。
It's kind of fucked up because this whole time I've been saying, like, you know, she doesn't care about what ends up happening to herself, yada yada, she's gonna exact revenge, and then as long as she can get that, she's happy and she doesn't mind about the consequences or whatever. And now here she is. She does do the whole, well, now we're gonna switch again, and I'm gonna send you to the bottom, and I will just easily be able to play the victim, and everything will be a-okay for me. Rough. Tough situation. Mion says, are you killing me out of revenge for Satoshi?
そこまで分かってるなら、覚悟はいいよね。
If you know that much, you should have been prepared.
そこまで落ちてサトシ君に謝っといで。
Go apologize to Satoshi-kun at the bottom of the well.
おね、この底にはね、サトシはいないよ。
Sis, Satoshi isn't at the bottom of the well.
は？
Huh?
あんたら言わなかったっけ？
Didn't you say?
ここに捨てられてるって。
The bodies get dumped down here?
園崎家で殺されてれば、ここに捨てられてると思う。
All I said was that if he was killed at the Sonozaki house,
そうは言った。
this is where his body would be.
この後に及んでややこしいことを言うね。
What are you telling me now?
もうちょっと分かりやすくお姉に言ってごらん。
Can't you be a little clearer?
私もね、
サトシのこと好きだったんだよ。
I also like Satoshi.
そりゃそうだろうね。
Yeah, I'm sure.
私が好きになるくらいだもん。
I liked him after all.
だからサトシが消えた時、私も悲しくて悔しくていろいろとね調べたんだよ。
I was very sad when Satoshi-kun disappeared, so I looked into things.
それで
And
バッチャにね詰め寄ったんだよ。
I interrogated Granny.
絞め殺してやろうってくらいに。
I even thought about throttling her. Jesus.
そしたらバッチャが
Then she
教え
told
てくれた。
Then she told me.
次期当主にしか話さないよ。絶対に内緒だよって。
She said she was only telling me as a successor, so I had to keep it a secret. What she said was something hard to believe. The hag said to Shion, the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with the disappearance of Satoshi-kun. Shion couldn't understand, so she asked again. The Sonozaki family held a lot of influence in the underworld because of our dad's connections. In fact, they used such illegal measures during the dam conflict. Therefore, people just assumed the Sonozaki family pulled the strings when the dam construction incident took place. Even the hag laughed meaningfully and said suspicious things, so everyone believed she was the mastermind. But it was all a performance. It was a hoax by the Sonozaki family head. It was just a bluff. The family took credit for the incidents to make it look like they were pulling the strings. With the influence they already had, this bluff was very believable. Therefore, people thought of the Sonozaki family as one that had deep connections in the underworld, and that they were capable of producing any sort of conspiracy. People had believed that since the dam conflict, or you just smiled at things she had nothing to or you just smiled at things she had nothing to do with, as if she was pulling the strings. When the relatives saw that, they became fearful of Oryu's power. When the dam construction site manager was killed, Oryu smiled meaningfully. When the relatives saw that, they assumed Oryu was behind it. When the Hojo couple fell off the cliff, when the Furude couple died violently, when Satoshi-kun's aunt died and Satoshi-kun disappeared, the hag just smiled meaningfully. Everyone believed the Sonozaki family was behind all those incidents. That's a lie!
あの事件が園崎家が関わってないってわけ？
Are you trying to tell me the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with any of it?
そんなの信じると思う？
How can I believe that?
私はバッチャがね嘘を言うとは思わないの。
I don't think Granny would lie.
特にサトシの失踪については本当に知らないって言ったの。
Especially about Satoshi-kun's disappearance, since she said she knew nothing about it.
だってサトシとお姉の交際バッチャは許したんだよ。
Because Granny approved of the relationship between Satoshi-kun and you, remember?
爪を見事剥いで見せたから全部忘れるって言って。
You ripped your nails off so she would forgive everything.
嘘だ嘘だ。
No, that's a lie.
手任せを言うな。
Don't try to fool me.
じゃあ誰がサトシ君を消したの？
Then who made Satoshi-kun disappear?
誰が？
Who?
それだけはわからない。
That, I don't know.
でもね、園崎家じゃない。
But it wasn't the Sonozaki family.
バッチャじゃない。
It wasn't Granny.
あんただってタタリのシステムは知ってるでしょ？
You know the curse system, right?
別にサトシ君を襲えとわざわざばあさんが指示しなくても気を利かす誰かが襲う。
The hag didn't need to give the command for Satoshi-kun to be attacked. All she had to do was look concerned. Then everyone else would take care of it, or someone else would take care of it.
そういう仕掛けでしょうが。
That was a system. Shion couldn't say anything in response. Even if the hag had forgiven him personally, as long as he was the object of the curse, the executioner would follow him forever.
バッチャはね、お社様のたたり、誰が起こしてるのかなって長いこと調べたんだって。
Granny told me that she had tried to find out who was actually behind this curse of Oishiro-sama for a long time.
だけど見つけられなかった。
But she couldn't.
誰もが村の中の誰かって信じてるのに、村の中にそんな人は存在しないの。
Everyone believed it was someone in the village, but she couldn't find out who it was.
存在しない？
She couldn't find out?
しないならなんで毎年たたりが起きるわけ？
Then why did the curse take place every year?
おかしいよね。
Isn't it weird?
でもいないの。
But there wasn't anyone.
いないんだって。
There really wasn't.
フルでリカが私に首をかきむしる注射で襲いかかってきたってのは話したよね。
I told you that Rika Furude tried to attack me earlier with a syringe, didn't I?
それはどう説明するの？
How do you explain that?
急須猫を噛むって状況じゃない。
She wasn't just acting out of desperation like a cornered rat.
向こうから訪ねてきて催涙スプレーと注射器で襲いかかってきた。
She came over to my house and attacked me with a bottle of pepper spray and a syringe.
おそらく同じ注射で富武さんが殺されてるんだと思う。
I bet Toмотaka-san was killed with that same stuff.
それはわからない。
That? I don't know.
リカちゃんがそんなことするなんて信じられないよ。
I can't believe Rika-chan would do something like that.
実際に見た私でも信じられないよ。
I'm the one who saw how she died, and I still can't believe it.
あの死に方を見りゃね。
What a completely abnormal way to go. I don't think Shion and the hag are lying. That would mean the hag wasn't in as much control as we thought she was, though. She didn't know anything about that scary drug, or if the Furude family was the one executing the orders, or the curse. If the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with it, then who made the series of mysterious deaths possible? Was it just a coincidence that something happened 5 years in a row on the night of Watanagashi? That's impossible. A human must have made it happen. And it was all decided somewhere the Sonozaki family wasn't aware of. The Kimiyoshi family didn't know anything. Kimiyoshi believed the Sonozaki family was behind it. Was it the Furude family? With Rika's behavior and the elderly people who believed in her so blindly, did some kind of power exist around the Furude family that created the curse? No way. The Furude couple themselves were victims of it. How could a little girl like Rika possess a power stronger than that of the Sonozaki family? No way. It's just impossible. In other words, I had killed the heads of all the three families and was trying to bring an end to the whole thing, all as a result of a misunderstanding about the dark secret of Inamazawa. Then what about my revenge? Did I kill all the wrong people? People who had nothing to do with Sachiko-kun's disappearance at all?
やるね、シオン。
That's good, Shion.
最後の最後で私の復讐劇をひっくり返そうってわけ。
You're still trying to turn the tables on me, huh?
お姉ちゃん
Sis,
信じて。
please, believe me.
私は仇なんかじゃない。
I'm not your enemy. I really am not.
信じてよお姉ちゃん。
Please, believe me, sis. Shion begged with tears in her eyes. That would have affected me if I was still Shion's sister, but I don't feel anything anymore. Because I'm a demon. I'll be done once I kill Shion. I've already decided that. If I don't finish it up, what would my existence be for? What about the life I devoted to revenge for Sachiko-kun? How dare she tell me all this nonsense to confuse me at the very end? If what she said was the truth, then what I'd done wasn't revenge. It was just the curse of the 5th year.
シオン、
Shion,
あんたが本当に無実なら、あんたは天国へ行けるね。
if you're truly innocent, you can go to heaven.
サトシ君に謝っておいて。
Apologize to Sachiko-kun for me.
おね
Sit. Bzz. A bluish-white spark lit up the darkness, and Shion disappeared into the well.
天国でサトシ君に謝って。
Please apologize to Sachiko-kun in heaven.
私は天国には行けないから謝れない。
I can't, since I won't be going there. Instead, I'm going deep into hell. Jumping into this well would be too simple an atonement for what I've done. Until I find a perfect way to end my life, I'm going to live as best I can. Ah, wait, so I must have picked right. I can't believe it. I can't believe my odds. I find it very hard to believe. I'm shocked. Let me see here. I mean, we got to see what happens with the other path, right? Watch it not be exciting or at all to read. Shion Sonozaki's last confession is dubious. Did the hag convince her that the Sonozaki family had nothing to do with it? Or is that the truth? In my own investigation so far, I've proven that there are aspects of the curse which can't be explained by the Sonozaki family alone. So, my notes were all bogus from the beginning. These 200 pages are full of bullshit. I thought of burning this notebook, but I won't do it. This notebook proves my guilt. I won't distort the facts. I won't burn it. After all, my life was only a notebook long. I wonder if anybody will read this. If somebody does, please let them learn something from my stupidity. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, dubbed Oyashiro-sama's curse. If you're reading this, please find the truth. That's my only wish. June 1983. Mion Sonozaki. See, I feel like I gotta keep going. I mean, I know it's already starting to get a little late, but also I said I could go long. You know what I mean? Alright, let's save here. Let me load this up. See what this other path does. And then... Okay, I was confused there for a second. Let me see what this path does. And then if it's like a super long thing, then maybe we end there for the night. At that time, I became aware of Kechi's gaze. Give it a fucking rest. Kechi's growl resounded from the pits of his stomach. What a delightful sound. It was like he wanted to rip me apart. Awake at last, are we? I lied to you before, you know?
シオンを一番むごたらしく殺してやろうと思って閉じ込めておいたけど、まだ思いつかないって言ったやつ。
About having wanted to give Shion the most miserable death of all, but locking her up because I hadn't thought of a good way yet.
あれが嘘。
That was a lie. I smiled menacingly as I laid out the huge nails and hammers specifically made for the nail table.
あの子に自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて。
Wait, is it really the same thing?
染み通らせてから殺すの。
Isn't this exactly what we were reading before? It's just like I could have chosen anything, and because I was saying how they seemed so similar, they ended up being so similar.
なかなかセンスいいでしょ?
Wouldn't that be poetic? Let me see. I'll kill her, but only after her soul drowns in the screams of the many people who died because of her. Wouldn't that be poetic? Who? Are you?
は?
Huh?
ミオンでしょ?
I'm Mion.
園崎ミオン。
Mion Sonozaki.
恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった?
Did the fear drive you out of your mind?
違うな。
No, you're not.
お前が園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
It is the same thing. Let me see. I'm gonna forward quick a bit.
私がミオン。
お前はミオンじゃない。さっきまで一緒だったミオン。
え?
Wait, this is different. Wait, this is because we didn't get this before. Oh, it is a different. Oh, now I gotta. Fuck. It's a. I don't know how different it is, but we didn't get like this. All right, let me. I'll fucking. We'll see. We'll see. No one panic. No one panic. I'm not panicking. Here we go.
自分のせいで死ぬ大勢の人の悲鳴をたっぷりと聞かせて、体の芯まで染み通らせてから殺すの。
I'll kill her, but only after her soul drowns and screams that many people died because of her.
なかなかセンスいいでしょ?
Wouldn't that be poetic?
お前は誰だ?
Are you?
は?
Huh?
ミオンでしょ?
I'm Mion.
園崎ミオン。
Mion Sonozaki.
恐怖で頭が変になっちゃった?
Did the fear drive you out of your mind?
違うな。
No, you're not.
お前が 園崎ミオンであるはずがない。
There's no way you could be Mion Sonozaki. My hand stopped dead in its tracks. Kichan? Shit. I decided it would be too late once we reached Shion's cell. So the name guess game is already over. Oh well, whatever. Bring it on. I'll listen to you. It's your last chance.
へえ。
Oh yeah?
じゃあ私がミオンじゃなかったら私は誰なわけ？
Then if I'm not Mion, who am I? Come on, Kichan. Guess who I am. Try and save Mion, the girl who fell in love with you. And then I heard it. I most definitely heard it. Kechi's mouth trembled as he spoke the words, yet his eyes shone with strong conviction. And he spoke the truth.
シオンだな。
You're Shion, aren't you? Okay, so it is different. This is so in the one that we experienced before, he says, "You're just a demon." And she's like, and in this one he's, I guess, more accurately saying that that's Shion. I guess this is where it would be different. Wow. You're right. You actually won. You're amazing, Kichan. A strange feeling fills my chest as I shiver. I had convinced myself there was no way he could guess. But he did, and I couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. This Kechi had yet again pierced through my disguise.
お前はミオンじゃない。
You aren't Mion.
さっきまで一緒だったミオンを返せ。
Give me back the Mion whom I was with until just now. Who are you?
え？
Huh? You aren't Mion, right?
え？
Huh?
だから私ミオン。
Like I said, I'm Mion. No, that's not it. That wasn't what I meant. You aren't Mion.
どうして私がお姉じゃないって思うんですか？
Why do you think I'm not the older sister? I don't know. Just a feeling. In my mind, memories of the time Kechi recognized me at the toy store had been revived. Yes. Even back then, Kechi could tell that I wasn't my sister Shion. I had feigned composure and offered to come back with a straight face, but on the inside I was shook. Shook. We were both capable of becoming Mion or Shion, but because I was the real Mion and was only Shion legally on paper, reversing the roles was even more easier for me. Our tones of speech, quirks, and even our auras. Auras. We had both mastered each other's habits so perfectly, even our own parents were unable to tell us apart. In fact, wasn't that exceptionally sharp Rina not able to figure out I wasn't her best friend Mion after all, despite being so close? So why? Has this Kechi actually seen through my disguise twice? So I'm very curious if this ends up in like a dead end, bad ending path kind of thing. I'm curious exactly how or
どうして
why.
私がお姉じゃないって思うんですか？
Why do you think I'm not the older sister? My ears perked up, eager to hear the answer. Kechi's reply was a soft murmur like an insect's whisper, as he gasped for breath and pain. His voice was so quiet, it was nearly inaudible, but I could almost recognize the words on his lips. Yes, just a feeling, he says.
へえ。
Wow. Yet again, it was just a feeling. Didn't he say the exact same thing to me that time at the toy store? Ha 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 ha. How nice, how nice. What a splendid answer. You'd think with my sister of all people fell in love with... You'd think why my sister of all people fell in love with him. Ha 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 ha. However, no, rather, it was exactly because of this. Along with my raving madness, the blood that was simmering in my veins until now, just now, rapidly began to turn chill and coagulate. If I were to describe it, it felt like stagnant, muddy water flowing through a gutter. Even now, it was all so hilarious I could fall over laughing, but I didn't smile. On the contrary, my face was vacant and austere, like a no mask of frigid ice. And then, the darkness seeped into the innermost depths of my mind, and I was already parting with my self-restraint as a human being. I reached out and touched Kechi's hair, matted with sweat and caked with blood. Kechi whips his head away at once in disgust, as if I were starving off a housefly. As if he were staving off a housefly, and glares at me defiantly. Don't touch me! You damn demon!
返せ
Give her back!
ミオンを返せよ
Give Mion back!
俺の最高の友人だったミオンを返せ
Give me back my best friend, Mion! Having lost liberty over his whole body, he continued to howl and cry as if he were spewing blood. I was supposed to have sold my soul to the devil and become a demon, but faced with such a bitter rejection, I felt the crumpled remnants of my emotions stir within me. Munch, crunch, munch, crunch, munch, crunch. My throat begins to itch. The crooks of my elbows, my wrists, and every other joint in my body begins to tingle and prickle, and I feel irrationally restless. The more the restlessness and irritation piled up, the more the squalling, whimpering person beside me felt bothersome, revolting, so awful I could slaughter him right away. To be frank, until just now, I had no intention of killing Ketchy. I was truly ready to spare his, at least his life, if he had guessed the right answer. That was a rule I had decided upon. Okay, I'll admit it. Just like Shion, I had also fallen in love with Ketchy. He was incredibly silly and good-natured, unbelievably warm-hearted and gentle. Talking to him made me feel contented. Besides, I even sympathized with him. Unlike the lot I'd dealt with so far, Ketchy was indeed just a victim, caught up in my selfish revenge drama. Not that my revenge against the Sonozaki family was almost complete. I didn't mind saving him. That may sound too convenient, but perhaps the human side of me that was fond of Ketchy wanted to save him in order to seek his forgiveness for my actions. But I've changed my mind. Having witnessed Ketchy guess the right answer before my very eyes, my heart was suffused with a stinging, gaping, overpowering darkness, as if it were freezing over. Why? Why was Shion alone able to meet such a wonderful person? Sachikun could only make a vague distinction between me and Shion. Sachikun abandoned me and ran away. However, this Ketchy trusts Shion. He's defending Shion, whom he values as his best friend, by seeing through my lies. And as a result, he gave up on me. Detestable, maddening, despicable, enviable, so much so that I want to kill them. That's right. The moment he defended Shion, he became one of them. He's equally guilty. You low-life scum, I despise you. I despise you, I despise you, I despise you, I despise you, you fucking piece of shit. Please stop! Don't kill him! Kichan, get out of here! Munch, crunch, munch, crunch, munch, crunch. Ah, what a nuisance. Shion's screams coming from the corner of the chamber were enjoyable before, but now they felt unbearably noisy and pissed me off. How about I just get rid of Shion first? I wanted to kill her after she had the most exquisite taste of anguish and terror, but now I could barely suppress the indiscriminate urge to slaughter welling up within me. Ketchy was relentlessly yelling his protest towards me. His throat closed up eventually, and he gasped for breath, hoarsely continuing to demand Mion's return. Kei-chan.
メイドの土産なんて気の利いたものじゃないけれど
This may not be something pleasant to take to the grave with you.
どうしても知りたがっているようだから一つだけ教えてあげるよ
But you really seem to want to know, so I'll tell you just one thing.
私の中に鬼が宿ったのはずいぶん前
The demon had already been dwelling inside of me for a long time.
その鬼は私を蝕み強行に駆り立てようとした
It had been gnawing at my heart, trying to spur me to violence, but
だけれど私はそれを理性で抑えつけた
I suppressed it with reasoning.
鬼はそれで収まり私はその鬼はどこかへ行ってしまったんだと思い込んでいた
The demon calmed down. I convinced myself that it had disappeared.
でも本当は違った
As it turns out, I was wrong.
私の中から出て行ったんじゃなく
The demon
私の中で眠っていただけだったの
The demon never left me. It had just been asleep inside me. Yes. When I learned about Sachikun's disappearance, my ailing heart had crammed itself with rage to compensate for the despair. But that was the limit of my insanity. I would never have snapped. Time had healed me, and my memories of Sachikun were neatly wrapped up and pushed into the back of my mind.
その鬼はある小さなことをきっかけにまた目覚めてしまった
That demon had awoken again thanks to a certain small opportunity.
それは何に原因があったと思う
What do you think that opportunity was? It really was the smallest of the smallest things.
鬼の私が教えるのも変だけれど
The This might be a strange thing to hear from a demon, but
あんたが全てをおかしくしてしまった元凶。
you're the reason everything got so messed up. A tear rolled down my cheek. That's right. Back then, if you hadn't given that doll to Mion, none of this would have happened.
ケイちゃんには理解できないだろうね。
You probably can't understand.
理解できなくて当然。
I don't expect you to.
だけどね、そこからドミノ倒しみたいにパタパタパタといろんなものが倒れ始めて、
And okay, so now
収
she's
拾がつ
going...
かなくなってしまった。
Now she's back like the other path, explaining, you know, the whole...
初めの小さな一つを倒したあなたに自覚がないのは当然だろうけど。
So does it just
あ
diverge
なたが
slightly
元凶なの。
and then join back up here? Back then, if Kechi hadn't shown any affection, Shion wouldn't have been overjoyed. Oh no, it is. I mean, this is slightly different too, right? So you probably can't understand. I don't expect you to. So I guess they're changing the dialogue here, obviously based on whether Kechi says, "Hey, you're not Mion, you're Shion," or "Hey, you're not Mion, you're a demon." And then that changes what Shion says a couple of times here. She says, obviously the difference being like, I do really like Kechi. Look at this guy. This guy's actually quite swell. Damn. Never mind Satoshi. And also this thing where she's saying, back then if Kechi hadn't shown any affection, Shion wouldn't have been overjoyed. But she wouldn't have been overjoyed and cheerfully boasted about him to me. So I was listening to her, I was reminded... Oh, wait, no, this was the same. Because... But was it just worded slightly different? Yeah, it's worded... Because here, in the other path we took, it was talking at this moment about the bear thing. That if he hadn't not given the bear to her, she wouldn't have been upset, gone to her apartment, brought and reminded her of Satoshi. Here, she's saying the first domino was showing affection to the person we knew as Mion for the longest of time in the first place. So it's changing that slight thing. I'm just curious if it actually, I'm curious if we actually get to a bad ending, or if it just diverges slightly and changes a little of the dialogue here, just based on whether Kechi says you're a demon or you're a Shion. I became jealous of her for having someone so close, or she loved so close to her. It's a very small jealousy, but I had awoken the demon who was sleeping deep inside me. After that, I just let the demon take over. The demon fed upon the copious amounts of sadness I felt for Satoshi-kun. In return, it committed heinous acts that Satoshi-kun himself would never be happy with, all in the name of avenging him. And now, the horrific events that had followed were inviting me to the realm of demons that had no return.
そんな嘘だろ。
That can't be, can it?
自覚がないのは当然。
I'm not surprised you weren't aware.
でも紛れもなく元凶なのはケイちゃん。
Even so, you are without doubt the cause of this keychain. Back then, if you hadn't chosen to give the doll to Mion, we could have arrived at a different future. No, that wasn't right. Wouldn't pinpointing Kechi's small action as the beginning be the height of transferring blame? I was implying such a silly thing had awoken the demon inside me. Even without Kechi's act, it wouldn't have awoken anyway. At the end of the day, it was all my fault. I didn't fight the demon. I allowed it to reside in my soul, and I readily offered it my heart. Kechi didn't hide his tears. They were pouring down his cheeks. Maybe he was crying in my place, as I was not free to do so, having chosen to become a tearless demon. This is why I must go on, as a demon. There was no room for human emotions or hesitation anymore. And then, munch, crunch, munch, crunch, munch, crunch, snap. Laugh, 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 laugh. Shion's wails rasping like silk tearing apart, along with my screams of ecstasy. Last thing I heard were those everlasting reverberations. Uh-oh. That's the bad ending, then. Yeah, okay. Alright, so it does... Okay. Okay, I think, right? That seems like a bad ending, right? Right. They wouldn't just... June 1983. A case of serial disappearances occurred in Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone City. Suspect is Shion Sonozaki. Allegedly, she abducted, imprisoned, and killed 4 Hinamizawan residents, Oryu Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo, between June 19th and the 21st. Preliminary investigation into the incident was delayed at the time due to insufficient evidence, but by chance, the case was solved rather abruptly. On the morning of the 22nd, a patrol vehicle stationed outside the Sonozaki mansion heard screams from within, and personnel infiltrated the premises as an emergency measure. The suspect's missing elder sister, Mion Sonozaki, and 2 of her classmates, Kechi Maibara and Reina Ryugu, were taken into custody. Wait, the suspect's missing elder sister, Mion, and 2 of her classmates, were taken. Okay. However, Kechi Maibara, who had previously been lured into the crime scene, had sustained stab wounds perpetrated by the suspect. He was immediately transferred to an emergency unit, but they were diagnosed as a minor injury. Having been the one with the utmost opportunity to engage in conversation with the suspect until the very end, he will be subject to interrogation once he has recovered from the shock. Furthermore, the apprehended suspect was found collapsed at a place approximately 2 meters away from where Kechi Maibara was restrained and sustained scratch wounds on her throat. She was also transferred to an emergency facility, but was pronounced dead at 13:48 on the 22nd. The official autopsy determines that the immediate cause of death was hemorrhagic shock due to excessive blood loss. Hair, pieces of skin, and blood of 4 missing people, Oryu Sonozaki, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, Rika Furude, and Satoko Hojo, were recovered from the hidden chamber that was discovered in the outbuilding basement of the Sonozaki family property, where they were supposedly killed. It was concluded that the victims were assaulted in that hidden chamber. Victims' bodies were discovered at the bottom of an old well, as per the testimony of the victim, Mion Sonozaki. In addition, investigations continue into any possible connection to the series of mysterious deaths in recent years, but no evidence of Shion Sonozaki's direct or indirect involvement has been found. There are still many obscurities to the motive behind the incident. Due to extreme non-cooperation from the Sonozaki family and residents of Hinamizawa, a large amount of time will be required to clarify matters on this front. The local police who are familiar with the region offer that this may have been an internal lynching incident, as punishment for sacrilegious acts carried out against Hinamizawa's religious beliefs. It has been established that the incident is unique and rooted in the regional community beliefs, and a cautious investigation has been ordered by the prefectural police. We expected to gain valuable hints from the missing person and suspect's sister, Mion Sonozaki, who was under confinement for the longest time period. But it was observed that she had sustained severe mental trauma from the incident, and her inquiry has been postponed in favor of her psychological and physical recovery. According to her primary care physician, although her condition is fairly serious, there's a strong prospect of recovery. She is at present undergoing rehabilitation with support from her close friends. Several weeks have passed since then. After that incident, I was rescued by Oishi-san and his team, whom Rina had summoned. I had no other after effects aside from my consciousness that had been wiped white. If I were to have any at all, it would have to be the deep scars that had been left inside my heart. As I was being examined at the hospital, I was subjected to various queries from Oishi-san. I tried to answer him with whatever little I knew, but I had no idea if it met his expectations, and neither did I bear any responsibility to do so. From what I had heard, Shion had already lost too much blood by the time the police had arrived. She had stopped breathing. They urgently called for an ambulance and took her to the clinic, but there was barely any time for first aid. She took her last breath. The silver lining was that Mion, who had been captive in her cell, was safe, taken into custody by the police. Up until the moment I lost consciousness, I was afraid that Shion may fly into a rage and murder Mion, but I was just glad we had managed to avoid the worst case scenario. Only, when Mion was rescued, she was emaciated and had sustained severe psychological trauma, Jesus. Apparently, at the time of her rescue, she had been completely unable to respond to the police's questions. Right now, Mion is admitted at a large hospital in the vicinity and undergoing treatment for psychological and physical injuries. In the beginning, when Rina and I went to visit, her eyes were downcast in desolation, and she looked completely worn out. It was a horrible state to be in. But despite it all, as of late, she is on her way to recovery, finally well enough to show us a few smiles. Of course, we've been careful to not bring up Satoko or Rika-chan, and especially Shion. The police later conducted an on-site investigation at the Sonozaki House's underground storehouse several days after the incident took place. Particularly, the well inside which Satoko and Rika-chan's bodies were disposed of by Shion was carefully surveyed by the prefectural forensic investigators, and true to Shion's testimony, the girls were discovered. Apparently, sediment had accumulated at the bottom of the well, and hence the discovery had taken several days. Along with Satoko and the other victims, skeletal remains that were several years, even several decades old, were found, but it was not like I would have known about that, or I would know much about that. Even I was once summoned back to that place to assist with the crime scene investigation, but I didn't really help them find anything important. The Sonozaki family in Okinomiya, in other words, Mion and Shion's parents, came home every day several times along with many of their followers to formally apologize. And no matter how much my parents refused, they kept piling up banknotes worth millions of yen as compensation. This stretch of story seems like we've read this before. Is this going back, recounting, retelling back from Ketchi's perspective of when this first happened? Because I remember this whole stretch about how, like, the parents were getting banknotes and stuff. And even, like, the part about, like, the thing about, you know, not bringing up Shion and all that, you know, and to make Mion upset or whatever. So this we potentially have already, unless, I don't know how this is being handled, right? Especially with the split choice thing now, and now where are we? I'll keep reading it for a bit here. And once that money had piled up and reached a certain amount, on the same day, there came an envelope with a letter instead. I have no idea what was written in that letter, but my parents had discussed amongst themselves for 2 nights straight without consulting me and decided we would move away from Hinamizawa.
そっか。
I see.
引っ越しちゃうんだね。
You're moving away, huh?
いつ？
When are you going?
来月の終わり。
The end of next month.
ひなみ沢には結局半年も居つかなかったことになるな。
I guess I wasn't able to stay in Hinamizawa for even 6 months.
寂しくなるね。
It's gonna be lonely around here.
きっとみーちゃんも悲しむよ。
It's gonna... even Mii-chan would be sad, you know?
悪い。
I'm sorry.
ミオンにも正直話すべきか迷ってる。
I'm sorry. I don't know if I should talk to Mion about this or not. I feel lost. Once Rina had heard me say that, she strongly insisted I had to tell her, no matter what.
確かに、今みーちゃんにそれを告げるのは酷なのかもしれない。
I'm sure you may feel it's an awful thing to tell her.
でも、ケイチ君が黙っていなくなっちゃう方が、きっとみーちゃんは辛いと思う。
But I'm sure Mii-chan will be more hurt if you quietly disappear without letting her know.
だから、一緒に話しに行こう。ね。
So, how about we go tell her together, okay?
ああ、そうだな。
Yeah, you're right.
そっか。
Oh, I see.
ケイちゃん、ひなみ沢からいなくなっちゃうんだ。
So, Ki-chan's going away from Hinamizawa, huh? Even though she had heard it from me, Mion whispered those words sadly, but she didn't seem that surprised. Surely she had mentally prepared herself for this outcome somewhere inside her heart.
すまん。
Sorry.
けど俺、いつかひなみ沢に戻ってくるつもりだ。
But you know what? I plan on returning to Hinamazawa someday.
約束する。
I promise.
いいよ、無理しなくても。
It's alright. You don't have to force yourself.
ここに来ても、きっとケイちゃんにいいことなんて何もないんだから。
It's alright. It's alright. You don't have to force yourself. Even if you come back, there probably isn't anything good for you here.
みーちゃん。
Mi-chan. Both Rina and I wanted to say it wasn't so. But after such a tragic incident, what verbal consolation could we offer that would help to Mion, who had suffered a much greater pain than we ever had? And so we just stood there, unable to say anything, just wallowing in silence.
私も東京に行こうかな。
Maybe I should just go to Tokyo as well. Huh?
来週退院できるらしいんだけど、ここにいてもいいことあんまりないし。
I heard I'll be discharged from the hospital next week, and there isn't anything much for me around here either.
東京でなくてもどこか遠く、私のこともひなみ沢のことも知らない土地に行きたい。
Even if it's in Tokyo, I just want to be somewhere far away, where nobody knows about me, nor Hinamazawa.
やり直せるなんて都合のいいことは考えてないけど、
I'm
も
not.
う疲れちゃった。
I'm not really thinking about something convenient like starting over. I'm just exhausted.
全部投げ出したいよ。
I just want to throw everything away.
ミオン。
Mion. The thing is, also I don't know, I could probably just figure out if I just keep reading, but like I'll say the fact that the other option allowed us to gave us, one of those tips and then brought us to that tip screen and then brought us to the save screen kind of thing. I assume that is the correct path. I assume whatever's going to happen here is the bad path. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's going to be worded as bad path or not. Because this is different. This is now our second time where we've had, like, actual, like, dialogue choice. Not dialogue choices. It wasn't even, like, a dialogue choice. It was just vaguely, slightly worded choice, kind of thing. I'd assume whatever's going to happen here is the I keep wanting to say correct path. But we'll keep going with it and see what happens here. Mion had been forced to carry the name of the next head of the Sonozaki family and the representative of the three great families, all due to a small misunderstanding. Despite feeling uncertain and weary about her unplanned responsibility, she had nevertheless been earnest and given her all to fulfill her duties. But to think all that had been concluded in such a manner, it was such a tremendous loss that it's almost a surprise she hasn't completely lost her mind. Who can really blame Mion anymore for making such a faint-hearted remark? And so I wanted to devote even a little bit of my remaining time here for her.
そうだな、ミオン。
That's right, Mion.
一緒にどこか行くか。
You wanna go out somewhere together?
え？
Huh?
どこへ？
Where?
決まってるだろ。旅行だよ。
You know, like a trip or something.
俺がここにいられる期間はもうあまりないけど、だったらせめて少しでもいい思い出を取り返しておかないとな。
I don't have a lot of time left here, so I thought we should at least recover some good memories.
東京はちょっと遠いけど、大きな町とかに足を伸ばして、うまい飯とか買い物とかさ。
Tokyo is kind of far away, but how about another big city where we could try some good food and do some shopping?
どうだ？
Well?
どうって言われても。
Well, I don't know.
うん。
Yeah.
それとってもいいと思うな。
I think that sounds wonderful.
行っておいでよ、みーちゃん。ね。
You should go, Mi-chan, okay?
けど。
But...
レナ、一緒に来てくれないの？
wait, Rina, aren't you coming with us? After hearing that, even I grow puzzled. Hadn't I suggested all three of us hang out together?
だって
レナは馬になんて蹴られたくないもん。
Well, I don't really want to be the third wheel.
だから二人っきりでどうぞ。
So you two should go all by yourselves.
あ、お土産買ってきてくれると嬉しいな。は
No, we haven't had that in a long time. I'll be looking forward to souvenirs. How? Boom! Mion blushes vigorously. I was slow to react because I didn't understand what Rena was getting at, but seeing Mion's face imbued with color after a long time, my heartbeat grew faster for a moment. No, it wasn't what I implied when I suggested the idea, but depending on the point of view, wouldn't this be an invitation to a date?
いかん。ちょっと調子に乗りすぎたかも。
No, I'm probably getting way ahead of myself. Indeed, after seeing it that way, I was overcome with embarrassment, but there was no way I could back out after coming this far. Gah, this was all for Mion's sake. Pull yourself together, Ketchumibra.
どうだ、ミオン。
Well, how about it, Mion?
あ、もちろん医者と親御さんにはちゃんと了解を取るつもりだぜ。
Of course, it'll be after getting permission from the doctor and your parents.
あんまり無理はさせないつもりだから。
I'll make
考
sure
えておいてくれよ。
I'll make sure you don't tire yourself out, so think about it, okay?
わかった。
Okay, I gotcha.
考えておくね。
I'll think about it, okay?
みーちゃんが久々に可愛いよ。
Aha! Mi-chan looks so cute today for a change.
嬉しいな、嬉しいな。はうはうはう。
Rena's about to explode. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. How? And then it became evening. After that, we spent the day talking about harmless stuff that happened at school or in the neighborhood until it was evening. I felt like Mion had regained some of her spirit and acted a bit like she used to, so I was happy. After a few days, Mion had contacted me to say she was okay with my plan. And after spending a few more days to convince my folks and Mion's parents, we set off on a day's trip to a metropolis that had one of those bullet train stations. Oh, look at this. A new background. Wow.
しばらく見ないうちに、ここってすごく大きくなったんだね。
How could this be a bad ending if we got a new background? New background art. I haven't been here in a while, but it's grown so much. As soon as she stepped out of the station, Mion set eyes on a scenery sprawling with people and cars. She shared her feelings and excitement as she looked on it admiringly. From what I heard, unless it's on very important business, Mion rarely gets to leave the village, let alone come out to a big city like this. Because of that, everything she saw looked fresh and fascinating to her, and she pranced around merrily, almost like a child.
ねえねえ、ケイちゃん。
Hey, Ki-chan!
これからどこに行くの？
Where are we going after this?
そうだな。
Let's see.
ミオンの好みから考えて、あそこはどうだ？
Judging by your preferences, how about there? The place I was pointing to, when I had checked out in advance, was a massive, beautifully decorated game arcade that towered over a corner of the station shopping square. Phew!
なかなか盛大に遊び回ったな。
We sure had one hell of a time, huh?
面白かった。
I had so much fun!
あんなにゲームで遊んだの、本当に久しぶりだよ。
It's been a long time since I played so many games at once. As I sat down on the bench, Mion was gleefully draining her can of juice with a huge smile. That expression was unlike the gloomy one Mion had worn at the hospital. Next to me was the Mion I knew well. Earlier, we had had a blast vowing to conquer all the game consoles in the vicinity, and made quite the ruckus, without caring about the people watching. Mion was enjoying herself playing on consoles she wasn't used to, and had gone on a rampage, laughing out loud, getting worked up, and challenging me to matches. Although I couldn't help thinking about what ifs as I was playing with her, about how much fun it would have been if only it weren't just the two of us, but also Rina, Satoko, and Rika-chan as well. I'm sure Mion must have been thinking the same thing, which was also why I outdid myself, making so much noise, trying to battle the loneliness, when I had realized.
なあ、ミオン。
Hey, Mion.
何、ケイちゃん。
What's up, Ki-chan? With faint drops of sweat coating her forehead, Mion turned to face me with a broad smile. Mion's cheerfulness was most likely just her being considerate towards me for having brought her here. If that was so, then I needed to do the same for her.
お前全部初めてって言ってたけど、それ本当か？
You told me it was your first time seeing those, but were you serious?
初プレイで2台もハイスコアに名前入れるなんてとんでもない実力だぜ。
You got 2 high scores on your first time playing. You're unbelievable.
ち4台の間違いだよケイちゃん。
Tisk, tisk, tisk. That was actually 4, Key-chan.
こういうのはセンスと勘、そして動体視力がものを言うのさ。
These games are all about sense, intuition, and having great eyesight.
普段の鍛錬を怠らなかった成果だよ。
It's all thanks to never neglecting my everyday discipline.
むしろケイちゃんはアドバンテージをひっくり返されたことを恥と思うべきだね。
More importantly, Key-chan, shouldn't you be feeling ashamed of having your advantage used against you?
おいおい、ちょっと待てよ。
Hey, whoa, hold it right there.
エアホッケーの時とか、あれ何？なんて後ろを指さして顔を向けた瞬間打ち込んできたのは反則だろ？
Remember how you distracted me by randomly pointing somewhere during air hockey and saying, "Look, what's that?" That's against the rules.
まったく容赦のないやつだぜ。
You're goddamn brutal.
勝てば官軍、負ければ賊軍だよ。
Winner takes all, losers gotta fall, right? For the time being, it's alright if her well-being is a front. All I hope for is that someday, this becomes real and she recovers her old cheerful self.
いやいや、それにしてもゲーセンも雰囲気が変わったよな。
Speaking of which, the game arcade's changed quite a bit, huh?
少し前ならタバコ臭くて暗いイメージだったけど、家族連れで遊びに来る人も結構いたからちょっと驚いたぜ。
A little while ago, I would have expected a dim place, stinking of cigarettes, but I'm surprised I got to see so many people there with their families.
そうだね。
You're right.
やっぱたまにはこういうのも楽しいよね。
I guess hanging out like this once in a while is pretty fun too.
あ、今何時ぐらい？
Oh, yeah, what time is it now?
5時くらいかな。
It's around 5 p.m. now, I guess.
ああ、じゃあ夕食まであと少しだね。
Oh, then it's not long before we have dinner, right?
どこかで食べて帰る？
Where do you want to go before we leave?
そうだな。ファーストフードでハンバーガーなんてどうだ？
Hamburgers. How about fast food, like hamburgers or something?
おお、いいね。
Oh, sounds fun.
あ、その前にちょっと失礼。
Before we go, just excuse me for a bit. Mion said that and stood up from the bench. I found it odd for a minute, but then I understood her intention and...
店にもトイレはあるぞ。
they'll have toilets at the restaurants too, you know. Instead of a reply, I had empty cans thrown at me. Mion stuck her tongue out and stuck her tongue out at me and left in a hurry. And after I watched her retreating figure, I plopped back down on the bench and looked up at the sky. The sky was pure blue and crystal clear, and it felt amazing. Everything seemed to be glowing, bathed in the brilliant summer sun. It was a good thing we came here. Mion also seemed to show signs of recovery.
そうだな。
Oh yeah.
なんなら今度はいっそ東京にでも誘ってみるか。
Then I might as well try asking her if she wants to come see me at Tokyo next time. It'd be cheaper if she stayed at our new place there, but I feel like our parents may be concerned for a while. We still need some more time to go back to how it was.
そうなると泊まる場所も探しておかないとな。
Ah, then I'll have to look for a place you can stay at.
あとは
After that, why, hello there.
ああ、こんにちは。
Oh, hello. What? What the hell is happening? Uh-oh, why'd the music cut out? Uh-oh.
いやー、ごめんケイちゃん。
Hey, I'm so sorry, Ki-chan.
トイレ人いっぱいでさ。
The line for the toilet was really long.
あ、結構待たせちゃったみたいだから飲み物買ってきた。
Why does this feel eerie? What is it? Look, I brought some drinks because I made you wait so long.
どっちがいい？
Which one would you like?
あれ、ケイちゃん寝ちゃったの？
My, Ki-chan. Don't tell me you fell asleep.
もうしょうがないな。
Wow, this is pathetic.
女の子とのデート中に居眠りなんてエチケット違反だよ。
It's not very gentlemanly to doze off on a date with a girl, you know.
ケイちゃん？
Ki-chan?
もういつまで寝てるんだよ。
Seriously, how long are you going to be out?
ほら、起きて。
Come on, wake up.
ケイちゃん？
No! Okay, so this whole time I'm like, God, this is, if this is the, because again, we're working off the theory that this was the bad ending. I was like, this is so good. The birds are chirping and singing. The sky is crystal blue and clear, and they're having a fun time. I was like, what? Huh? 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 Key-chan. No! Well, bad end. Okay, well, that, great. It's all clear to me now. It all makes sense. Well, a good thing we have technically then the good state, the good path. So, I guess we end here for the night, and then we continue down the correct path here next time. And if I remember correctly, so this is the, so, I mean, it was only happened like, what, half an hour ago, and I'm already struggling. This was the path where Kechi says, no, you are, he doesn't say to Mion/Shion while he's being, held there and tortured. He doesn't say that, oh, you're not Mion, you're Shion. He doesn't say that. That's what we just witnessed. Here, he goes, you're not Mion, you're a demon. And she goes, okay. And then she just shocks him, makes him pass out, goes, unleashes Mion/other Shion/other Mion in the cage. And I keep saying cage, in the cell. Says, hey, I'm doing you what you wanted. I'm doing you a favor. I didn't kill Kechi. They take him to that well section. And she says, we're going to change clothing. You're going to go down there. You're going to die. And I'm going to take the place of you. Again, we're switching roles again. We're changing clothing. We're switching roles. I'm going to kill you, basically. I'm going to leave you here to die. I'm going to head out. They're going to think I was you, who was just being held captive in the cave, in the cell. And we're going to get out of here, and you're just going to be there. So that's the good ending, or the correct one, or the one we're going to continue next time we play. So, in theory then, Rina, Kechi, and the one who is doing, it's hard for me to say Shion or Mion because it's going to get confusing at this point, but the one who is doing all the torturing, doing all the killings, is seemingly posing as the fake Mion/Shion who is being held in a cell, posing as that person, gonna come out, playing the victim, and get rescued out. That's the seed we're gonna continue. Come next time we play on Tuesday. God, this has been... It hasn't been confusing, but it's confusing to then talk about, right? If I start, like, recapping, especially the whole Mion/Shion thing, especially now in this, like, just last stream or two, where they're constantly switching places, and or not only are they've switched places, but then the one who was doing all the torturing, the one we had been known as Shion most of the game, kept referring to herself as then Mion, because she wanted to take back the name as Mion because of that whole thing. So it started getting really confusing because she was referring to herself as Mion. The game is trying to keep it straight for you, so they kept labeling her as Shion, which totally makes sense to do. It would be really confusing if they switched it to Mion at that case. But she keeps referring to herself as Mion, even though it's labeled as Shion. But that's because it was Shion, as we knew, as most of the game through Shion. But she was taking back the name of Mion, and she kept calling the other person in the cell. She kept saying Shion because she just gave that person the name Shion, because that was technically, if we're to believe what everything we've been told up to that point, is out of the womb, the one in the cell was Shion. That was the younger sister who was named Shion. They switched really early and then never got switched back, and then all the unfair things happened to the technically older sister who got the name Shion even though she should have been Mion. And then we just witnessed a bad ending that confused me because it started replaying, like, I thought, like, moments and dialogue we had gotten before, which I guess that was intentional. And then he just dies on a bench on a beautiful park outside day. I guess worth seeing. I think there not just one, I think there was at least two. Multiple people I think had told me that I probably shouldn't follow the bad endings, which I totally understand. But also I wouldn't have gotten to see that, you know? Get a little more confused, but also see the CG of Kechi passing out on a bench in a park. That's worth seeing. That's worth seeing. All right, so we'll continue this next time we play on Tuesday. I think I'll be on tomorrow, but don't hold me to it, just in general. I might end up just passing tomorrow, stream-wise, but we'll see. If not, then I should be back Monday with something else, and then Tuesday we'll be back with Higurashi if I'm not on tomorrow. So, yeah. Have a nice rest of your night. Have a great Sunday. And I will hopefully catch you in another stream. I don't know why I said it like that. Until then.